One of us could say something stupid about happy poops. Happy poops to you, sir.
Happy poops yes. Happy poops are done. Or it could be my text message tone of my 6-year-old yelling "fuck" really loud. That could happen. I just muted it just in case.
Oh, that's freedom. That's anarchist rebellion.
Yeah, it's hard to quash her willpower, but you have to when she's running around.
I know.
Knock her down a peg.
Yeah, it's kind of hard being an anarchist dad. You know, because when your kid just fucking stands up to you and voices their own opinion, you're like, you know what? I totally understand.
Yeah, I send so much mixed messages. Listen, I'm really proud of you for this.
I'm proud of the fact that you're doing it
now.
Right. Now, but I strongly recommend you don't do it that way.
Don't talk to me this way, but good for you.
But good for you.
Right? Yeah. Never stop talking to me this way. Yeah, it's like, Jesus. Yeah, I was decisionless about all my shit.
We were just talking while you were here.
I want to raise my might. I want to raise my health. And then skills. It's like I want to be better at the things I'm already doing. You know what I'm saying? Does that make sense?
Yeah. It hyper focuses the character, right? So like if you're super good at, it's almost like D&D then, right? So like I'm super good at perception.
I was just thinking the same thing. It's like you want to hit that next level in D&D, it's going to be twice as much.
Yeah.
But I also want to, you know what it is? I don't know if it's a faulty mindset to be like, let me spread it all out. Because then you're just like, you're not good at anything. You're not really good at a couple of things. You're kind of okay at some things. And that's,
But here's the difference though, right? So like for this system,
yeah,
more dice is only going to get you the potential of maybe a 6. But once you start adding pluses to skills, you can reach higher success rates.
Right? Correct.
So it's difficult.
A plus is worth more than a die. No, I'll give you a free die if you can like tell me why a life shaper works.
Oh,
a die is something that like I'll give you for free if you give me a narrative purpose, right? It's good, right? Because you don't want to fuck up. So, if you fuck up on the other 2 dice, you still make it on this one. It's good to have another die. But you can always only roll 6, right? When it comes to facing off against something that's like ridiculously hard, you need higher numbers, and a plus is actually worth more than a die is.
That makes sense. But thank you for having to repeat that every 3 or 4 episodes.
No.
But I want my sight to be at 8.
The purpose of now, and remember that skills are kind of flexible. Like, I mean, if you're a magician, I'll probably give you a plus on pickpocketing, right? Like, prestidigitation, and you're probably better than the average dude at like, fixing a stopwatch or something, right? Because these skills can be used in a sort of a broad way. That's important. So the tactic there is to choose skills that are far enough apart to give you applicability in different narrative circumstances, right? To make you useful.
That makes total sense.
To make you useful in different kinds of circumstances. If your skills are too close together, then definitions almost overlap, and you might as well spend that point somewhere else or get a plus.
Yeah, right.
Right? It's worth, though, starting out with a whole new skill. If it's far enough away from your existing skills, it solves a problem you couldn't otherwise solve. You keep your skills spread out, right, to make yourself useful in more and different types of scenes and situations.
That way we cover each other too, like a good squad would, right? So like, we have Julio who's super good at like the electronics and like computer stuff and whatever. So like we don't have that ability. So if we know we're going to need that, we bring him, and then he kind of like fills those gaps. It's like building a good D&D party. Again, it's sort of like
and I'll remind you, like I reminded John before you got online. In this game, you can totally make up a skill.
Yeah, I like that.
I do it for NPCs all the time. In the first module for this game, It's based on the Little Prince, actually. And he has a skill called Petulant Frenzy.
Nice.
It's a skill.
I like that.
Well, so I was going to say Reggie, what John is saying as far as like raising health, I do see the benefit of raising that stat, right? Because you can only take so many.
I'm at 2, so I just
me too.
That's another thing that I could be thinking of wrong, where it's like, oh, if you take 2 health points of damage, you're dead. You know, like that's.
Well,
you're right. Everything that I said before applies to skills.
Yeah.
Doesn't necessarily apply to stats, because stats are also the thing I take away from you when you get fucked up. And usually it's health or might. Sometimes it's grace.
Yeah.
It's rarely brains or charm. It's rarely psyche. When it is, it's only gonna be psyche. So get the fuck out of wherever you are.
Yeah.
And I love that. That's why I don't mind the 2s, because it gives you that little like, okay, wait, you're not super healthy or super mighty, you know?
Right.
Yeah.
Well,
when it comes to stats, I mean, like I said before, having another die is good, but that's not really where super bonuses come from. When it comes to stats, again, that's your hit points basically.
Well, so to follow up then, as far as like buying stats, everything starts at a 1, and then there's a progression, an increasing exponential progression to buy. So like right now, we both have a health of 2. So to go from 2 to 3, would that be 15 XP then? I'm looking at page 8 in the book.
I read that like that's how you start. You know what I mean? So I don't know if it changes after you begin.
I thought I read somewhere that it was the progression was similar, right? So like you'd have to go back and pay for.
Yeah, what you want to do is look under the experience points section, because that's where it tells you the difference.
Oh, okay. God, maybe I'm too far down.
Right. So when you're talking about stats, this is page 30. When you're talking about stats, the cost of a stat advance is like a skill advance. So now you look at the skill table to look to find the price.
Go down far enough. There we go.
Basically, after Karajan is done, stats and skills both are like skills.
The same. Okay.
You're in play now, so you have to learn how to do this.
Right.
So going from a 2 to a 3 would be 40.
Yep. Okay.
Nice.
I mean, maybe something to keep in mind for later then, just with the health.
Well, I got 68.
Oh, you got to. I had 49. And I just spent 10.
I've just been a no decision boy. Like I've just been a no decision boy. Like I want to do, like I'd like to bring my stealth up and my athletics, because I feel like that gives a broad enough range to say that I'm improving some things that will help me in the field. You know,
and narratively that makes sense.
It's like if you're in D&D and it's improving your strength over like athletics.
Yeah.
So it's a more broad.
Well, and again, I think narratively it makes sense, right? We do a lot of training, and we're continually out on mission doing things, right? So aside from your occasional foray into craziness, maybe not so occasional, we are working those things. So to see an increase in that makes sense narratively.
Yeah, we've even explained downtime happened, behind the scenes or between the episodes or whatever, where you're in the training simulation over and over and over. There are whole missions that have gone by that we glossed over. I was actually counting earlier tonight the number of missions you've done for dark matter, and it's surprisingly few.
That's because it takes us forever to do anything.
We talk about how we're being fucked over for way too long.
Oh, so you listened to last episode as well.
So when it comes to episodes where you actually left the planet Earth, there are 7 of them, but I'm not talking about I'm not talking about how long they are. I'm just saying how many missions. It's just from Bento's point of view.
Yeah,
Okay. From Bento's point of view, there are 7 times, but 2 of them were a return to the same place again. And 1, 2, 3 of those, the client was Scylla.
I mean, she is our one client.
And then in the last one, Scylla was the rescuee, of course. 2 of them, the client was X. That was Dreer A and Dreer B. But every other dark matter job, I mean, the client is either Scylla or X Investments. And then there was the one where it was actually a loss because they had to hire Steve-O to go back to INRA with you and get the Marduk again.
Yeah.
So that one actually came out at a loss. But again, that was back to INRA a second time. So you've been to Parallaxes for Scylla's birthday bash, which I think is where you met her. Not where you met her, but where you first actually talked with her.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, that sounds... I have an association with Parallax and laxative.
You met her way back in like episode 1 or 2 because Chip was there at the time, and
she was getting ready to jump out while we were getting ready to go do something.
Yeah, and he was a little snubbed because she didn't instantly recognize who he was.
Right.
So you've been to Parallaxes, then you've been to INRA, which took like a year. Then you were at Caladina. The client was Scylla again at that point, even though it was an X Investments operation. The client was Scylla because you were there to scout for camera shots and shit. Then you went to Dreer, and then there was the cow itself. 1, 2, 3, only 4 planets.
Yeah.
We
spent the whole first season with the Susie story. So the only jump we made was to go fuck her life up and then suffer the repercussions.
Yes.
You mean the giant baby jump? The original?
Yeah, when we went to go get whatever the file is.
Well, yeah, but that was before you worked for X Investments. For dark matter. Right. As far as Bento is concerned, there's been 7 missions to 4 planets. And one of them was basically a tactical error that you then had to figure out how to solve because you guys, it was the birthday bash one where you strayed from the grounds and all that. Most of the rest of them are successes, but there's always like a pretty heavy cost. And this last time, the cost was the Marduk.
Yeah.
Which is like 224 megabucks in value.
Of course, Nash feels guilty, but it was something that had to be done.
Yeah, it makes sense. And by the way, I don't remember if I'm retconning or not, and I think I even said the same thing in the last patron-only broadcast. I don't remember if I'm retconning or not, but if I'm not, then I'm now, because when the loose guns come to greet you at the Diaspora Ranch after rescuing Scylla and Steve-O, Julio is not there. And in the final scene at the restaurant, camera pans up, everybody's there. Julio is not there. So there's a conversation.
Bumper?
Sorry?
Can we have a retcon bumper, like retcon? And like that's what happens whenever there's a retcon.
Oh, so you really want to like make a thing out of it? I was hoping to just sort of slide it in there.
Oh, that's fine. Yeah. Sorry.
You know what? You could have it do that big boner noise.
That too. Retcon. I'm having too much fun already. Oh, let me ask a clerical question. My total character value is a 132. I had 68 things to spend. I spent 40 by putting my athletics to 3. Nope, stop, John. No, that would have been 40 altogether, right? Oh yeah, wait, 40 altogether, which left me with 28. So I spent. Oh, son of a! No, I did it wrong. Never mind. Shit. That goes back down to 2, and that goes back down to 1, and I start over. You think I do math for a living, so you think I know how to fucking do math.
Okay, so basically the little chart adds across, and it also adds down. So CP total plus CP spent equals CP avail, right? XP total plus XP spent equals XP avail. And then when you add down the columns, you get your TCV and potential. Yeah,
and that's how I ended. That's how I ended up with the 68. So I just, I need 2 more. I need fucking 2 more.
Oh, well, that's easy. Jump somewhere and jump back.
Okay, I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna wait then. Oh no, I don't have to wait. I can bump my. I'm gonna bump my athletics up to 3, and spend 40.
Holy shit, that's nice.
And then 3 of 40. So that means I've got 28 left.
With a 3, that means you'll be able to pull a yes butt on an absurd maneuver.
And that's really what it's all about, right? Absurd maneuvers and just pulling out yes butts on absurd maneuvers.
Yeah.
Let me just write that down. Yes butt on absurd. I'm gonna take liberties with the spelling. Yes butt on absurd maneuvers. Oh my God, that's beautiful language.
You know what, too, John? With what's going on with Reggie, as far as him now being, it's kind of subtly influencing the real world around him, not just what's happening in dream world stuff. You may want to consider a skill that kind of hooks into that somehow or another.
Now, that's very interesting. I sort of feel like this is a conversation unto itself, because I considered raising lucid dreaming, but to be honest, I don't think Reggie's. That was like me saying, "Nah, Reggie, you slow your fucking roll. You're not ready for a 3 in lucid dreaming." That was John saying that. So there was. So I don't think he's ready yet for a 3 in lucid dreaming.
Yeah, something to think about.
Yeah, oh yeah, no, I'm on. If I change the lucid dreaming thing, would that just be the catch-all skill, even if I was trying to do it in reality, or do we need to split that? Do you know what I'm saying?
Split it. Why? For what?
I don't know. I mean, probably not. It probably would be the same thing. Like, would it be one of those things where it's like an adjacent, where it's like, oh, when you're not in a dream world, you'll get a +1 if you try to lucid dream.
Oh. So the skill you're talking about is basically magic.
Sweet.
Right?
Yep. Yeah.
Yeah, no. That that is a little bit of GM insertion.
Perfect. GM insertion. That's another one.
That I do tie to your lucid dreaming. But in a way, it disappears beyond epistemology.
What's that? What's epistemology?
That's the limit of what we can prove we actually know.
Gotcha. Sweet.
Yes, places, that makes sense. The GM's brain, right? It goes up beyond the world of things you can theoretically prove exist, out into the realm beyond, like thoughts you can't necessarily prove are actually real. Or they're beyond this epistemological limit. They're outside the system, right? Epistemic. They're outside the system you live in. So you can't see the system you live in from outside, so you can't ever make a judgment about things outside of it, right?
This is yes.
Okay, so scratch everything I said.
No. I that's that.
Right. And who lives out there?
Like
okay,
Reggie.
Well, first off, the multiversal cow is the obverse of the existing universe. It's the anti of every existing universe. But the GM also lives out there. That's where the GM lives. So there's a place where I've decided, just for my own purposes, and I don't want to tell, kids, don't do this at home. I've decided, for purposes of this campaign, that there is, in fact, an actual ontological although unprovable by the PCs, some sort of narrative link between Reggie's lucid dreaming skill and the actual game world reality itself.
Nice.
But that is a decision that the GM made. And the character, even if he suspects it, which he probably does, in fact, he's probably damn certain of it. He spent, when we were looking at the big pink blob, and he was just trying to make it like be his friend, right? Because he's absolutely certain that he can just make fucking whatever happens, whatever he wants to happen, right? So in Reggie's mind, he's pretty fucking sure of it. And when it fails, it's just like he didn't do it right or he didn't do it hard enough, but eventually he'll get it. That's the way Reggie feels about it.
Yeah.
Like, and like when you're a kid, you think like, well, I'm obviously the chosen one. I'm obviously the hero of this whole fucking story, right? And Reggie kind of feels that way. He just knows it. He knows he's the one that can make things happen.
I don't think Reggie.
To everybody else, it looks like Reggie's one of those people who like has like luck you cannot explain, and weird shit happens around Reggie.
Yep,
that's what it looks like to other people.
I don't think Reggie probably doesn't take it that far though to be like chosen one-ish type shit. I sort of I view Reggie approaches this shit like a shitty scientist, probably, where it's like trial and error, but like everybody could do this if they just put their mind to it, like that's. So he's just like these experiments.
I absolutely right. I don't mean that he approaches it with a sense of ego. It's just with a sense of like, well, this is obvious.
Yes, this should work. This should totally work. Yeah,
you're like, why doesn't everybody have the same idea?
And this will never bite us in the ass.
That's crazy. Yeah, that is
right. Reggie probably spends a lot of time thinking, why doesn't everybody else think of this?
Right. Yeah. We don't. Yeah. Probably. Yeah. Jesus, this is fun.
All right, Jesse, do you have anything to throw in before we actually go? I mean, we're live, but before we actually jump into the episode?
Nah.
Fuck it, we'll figure it out on the way.
I love it. Oh.
That's fair. Before we start, I guess while we're still kind of like in outtake mode, do we want to do the ship's building like in character, like a conversation with Bento, or do we just want to meta like, hey, we should have these components. Let's, take 10 minutes and put this together. Or do we want to like, because I feel like he would probably, unless we were going to spend 400 mega, be pretty much okay, right? So like we know what we need.
I will tell you this, going into this session, going into this season, going into this episode, at this moment, with all of the cliffhanging shit that we left at the end of the last season, I honestly don't know whether you're going to build a new ship or not. That is how uncertain I am.
Oh, shit. All right. Let me put these papers away.
I'm just grabbing another beer. I can still hear you.
I'll tell you that just prior to where we're going to zoom back into your lives, the new year has just passed. It's like, I don't know, maybe first week of January, somewhere around there. And you know that Bento had to file his year-end report on the SlipSpace division and put in the budget request for the replacement vessel. You haven't heard back any response on that, and it seems that, a few days have gone by. Bento started out seeming very confident, and now it looks like he's a little worried. So he hasn't yet got the response to his budget request for the new ship, and he's concerned about his year-end report. As you know, we are part of a corporation, he says, and ultimately the purpose of the corporation is to deliver profits to our shareholders.
That's my bad.
Wait, John Alpha's bad?
No, Reggie or Nash.
Right. He was right.
We were doing okay budget wise until I decided to dump the ship on the fucking chewing gum planet.
No, this makes perfect sense.
All right, cool. All right, so are we ready to jump in? So then I'll intro the show and
Go right ahead.
All right.
Jeez.
Hello and welcome to the Legends of Tabletop podcast. We're getting ready to jump into episode 23 of our DayTrippers campaign.
Holy shit.
It's crazy, right? Like this has been one of our most consistent games.
Oh no, but it's also 23. It's 23. It's the mystical number of breaking apart and coming back a different. It's beyond 22. It's the fucking 20. Oh my god. Go on, sorry.
Nope, that's okay. I was ready to kick it over to you anyway. We'll get a little bit of a recap and we'll find out what's going on with our crew. And we've got a new player tonight as well.
Spoilers.
Well, an old new player.
We've got an old player, new character.
Who you calling old?
You're right. I'm the only one here that will not argue about being called old.
You and me both.
Hey, I'm just waiting to ship my AARP card. I'm like counting down.
As long as you don't call me Boomer, we're good. What the hell happened at the end of the last adventure? Well, first time ever for me. There's a first time for everybody going into the multiversal cow, and you guys barely made it out with your sanity, but that you did. Strangely enough, with the help of Chip.
Poor Chip.
Yeah, I mean that was fucking Chip. I'm gonna say fucking Chip a lot.
So what we do know from that, I mean, like, we might ask why was Chip there, but from a narrative, like sort of a audience standpoint, the reason Chip was there because that proves to the audience that Somnambula has actually been watching and involved this whole time. It's coffee. Thank you.
Yay!
It's from our competitors at McDonald's.
Oh.
Boo.
What's the opposite of legendary?
I know that pesky little McDonald's, maybe they won't be a success and we'll
show
put the souls of innocent babies in their coffee.
We'll rise above. So why was Chip there? Well, Chip was there because that proves to the audience that Somnambula Inc. is far from gone. They are not gone, not forgotten, still involved. They have been watching this entire fucking time. So that's the importance of Chip, at least as far as the audience is concerned. When we left you guys, everyone except Julio was seated around a big table at an expensive restaurant where I think Chip was getting hot dogs and everybody else was getting grown-up food. And we didn't explain the fact that Julio was gone, but we can jump in anytime after, a few days later comes the new year. Bento files his report. A few more days pass. Let's say it's been like a week. Bento is watching you guys train, and you haven't yet had the sit-down conversation about Julio being gone. For all you know, he might have just taken a few paid days off, sick leave, whatever it was. Bento hadn't mentioned it. But he calls you guys in and he says, okay, I suppose it's final now. I kept hoping he might change his mind, but Julio has left us. And he's looking squarely at Reggie when he says this.
Reggie just stares right back at him. That makes sense. Yeah.
Nash turns to look at Reggie.
Yeah. I mean, I have nothing for you. Okay? Yes, it's my fault that Julio left. If you'd like to explore that any further, I am open to it. but I would caution you about what that might uncover. Yet I am totally open to it if an investigation needs to be opened.
I mean, no reason to get all antsy about it. I know you guys were doing some stuff. I guess.
Yes, there was a deep dive. There was a deep dive, and
yes, it basically comes down to personally, potentially traumatic, emotional and psychological experiences leading to an uncomfortable workplace situation.
So just in case anyone's curious, the scoreboard is Reggie 2, everyone else nothing.
Reggie,
Julio. Sorry.
I'm not here to chastise you for being yourself, and I understand that being Reggie is something that certainly comes with its own costs, shall we say. I don't belittle the experiences you go through. I value you highly as a member of our team, and more importantly, as a unique individual that I know you are. This makes me willing to overlook certain things. But I'll have to tell you, at this particular moment in the history of this short-lived division, I'm not really sure how much goodwill I have to extend.
Nash sits back like a little bit straighter, like it's a bit harsh. I thought we called it square after we got back.
It's square as far as I'm concerned, but it still puts a big dent in the division's year-of-end ability to prove any sort of ROI in the projections down the line.
I mean, that's my fault. It was my call. I mean, if somebody's got to be taking a task, that was me.
Well, what happens is these guys are going to take these numbers, they're going to crunch them, and they're going to run projections based on them. They're going to look at the amount of costs. They're going to the cost of hiring Steve-O to retrieve the Marduk when you guys left it on INRA. Or the cost of dropping said Marduk into the Planet Eater.
To be fair, we saved the world, right? I mean,
No.
There's got to weigh the balance of the scales, right?
Don't get me wrong. I'm speaking of the same thing that worries me here now before you. Honestly, gentlemen, I'm concerned for my job. I'm concerned for the future of this division. Because when those number crunchers back at headquarters run their projections out, what are they going to see? They're going to see cost, and they're going to see a return, and they're going to factor the one over the other, project it out for the next 5-10 years. We want that number to be high, gentlemen, and the number is not very high.
John is exploding. but Reggie says, Bento, your incessant ROIing over the course of our relationship has slowly eroded my harsh approach to the difficulties that you face with this board of individuals. I don't make that easier on you. So all I have for you is apologies. I don't want Nash to take on any more blame than I would. That is to say, I want to take some of it. I did push the button. I share in all of this with you.
I mean, I appreciate that, Reg, but I mean, it's fine. I mean, there's no reason for us to both go down with the ship.
I mean, I don't want any of us to go down.
Oh, I get it. I get it. Fuck. I mean,
what is it? What happens next? How long? What do we have?
What can we do? I mean, is there anything that we can do to
by the way, it's probably like the middle of the afternoon, and Bento pulls out some scotch and some glasses and offers you some. He doesn't usually drink at work, but now he is.
Then Reggie
Nash just holds up a hand and
Reggie looks at Nash before he takes a glass.
yeah, and you're fine.
Man. All right.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
I can't.
In fact, you kind of get the feeling this isn't Bento's first shot of the day.
Wait a minute, I've seen this movie. Don't drink it. The Joker. Never mind. Yeah. Reggie drinks it.
I mean, he doesn't go into a whole lot of detail, but when it comes down to it, I mean, mission by mission, there were several successes. This last one paid well. It paid better than the cost of the Marduk, but it still makes the return on investment for this division pretty close to a flat line. And he's concerned because Dark Matter has always been a huge profit-making company. When it comes to our global operations, he tells you, we are in battle zones across the planet and in reconstruction zones, and we are both involved in military procedure and construction efforts, as well as providing security for military and construction efforts on a national level. Billions of dollars, not millions, billions.
Can I throw something out? And I don't know how much of this is just like too late at this point, but like, how much would it improve the situation if we did like Scylla Sardassian's stuff a lot? I know that was a big number. Would that help your numbers, or am I just completely misunderstanding what this is about?
Well, actually, Scylla is our biggest client. She's been the client on half of your jobs.
I feel like we could do more for her.
Well, I mean, Bento.
he raises his glass and he says, "If it doesn't turn out well here, maybe she'll employ all of us."
Jesus Christ!
But Bento, I mean, they have to understand, right? Like, I mean, this is a whole new operation, and we legitimately have one client. I mean, that stuff has to figure in, right? I mean,
people don't understand. They don't care about that.
But if they're worried about making money, the upside is through the roof, right? I mean, day tripping is not going to go away. I mean, would they rather not be a part of it? I mean, that doesn't make sense.
Oh, but these people in these boards are just they don't even know about that. They're not even considering that. I don't know what's going on in these schools, but they don't even consider that.
I mean,
stuff.
I hear where you're coming from, but let's be honest about this. Okay, we're talking about Jack Nash and Reggie Carlisle. We're not talking about someone who'll turn a blind eye and go on with X Investment's story about how the Caladina construction project is doing just fine. Let's be serious here.
You got me there.
You are not. You are not those guys. You're not the kind, and he's starting to slur his words a little bit, but he's like, he means what he's saying. You are not the guys who roll over.
Oh shit!
Just because the corporation has found another exploitable resource.
Let's just take a second. Bento, I understand. Listen. Has anything happened yet? Has anything definitive happened yet?
I didn't get no bonus.
Okay. Do you usually?
This is the first year this division has existed for a whole year.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't have expected a bonus last year when we had just barely begun. This year I was expecting something, and it now takes me by more surprised that a week has passed since my end-of-year report was filed, and there has not been any response from Corporate Central.
No.
So that means that somewhere up the chain, our CEO or someone near our beloved CEO is taking pause to think about things.
Not even like a 1-year subscription to the Jelly of the Month Club? Never mind. Anyway, I feel like there's just... You said a year?
Well, you know what, you guys? I'm out of character now. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but I kind of feel like you have been with Dark Matter. I mean, it's only been 7 jumps. It's 4 missions. And
Right.
one of Scylla's birthdays.
Well, so
I
out
think.
of character, did he just... Maybe I misheard it. Did he just say that it's been a year since his end-of-year report? And
No.
Year that they've been in existence.
No, I think
yeah.
you guys have been working for Dark Matter for just a little over a year. Feel free to correct me if you think the timetable
No,
is wrong.
that makes sense.
I think
I
that's
misheard.
right.
That's my bad. I misheard.
Because we've had a couple of extended jumps in between some missions for downtime, but I don't think any of them have been longer than a month. Maybe one of them was 3 to 6 months, so it could be a year and a half. But
yeah, and we've also said from time to time there are missions in between the missions that we don't even talk about because they're nothing really spectacular.
yeah,
But because they're nothing really spectacular, I have to assume they don't add nor subtract anything from Bento's line.
overall,
Right?
yeah.
All right. So maybe, and listen, I mean, so have they cut anything? Like, has anything changed? Has anything changed? Or is it just... Go ahead. Sorry. Go ahead.
No, nothing's changed at all. And honestly, I'm not really sure whether I should be worried or not at this point in time. Perhaps it takes longer for them to assess than I expected. I'm more accustomed to military personnel who respond to things promptly and with a binary sort of precision. Perhaps I'm mistaken. Perhaps this world takes more time. I didn't begin the year this worried. He looks at the bottle and then he decides to cap it and put it back in the drawer.
Reggie retracts his hand as for a refill.
Man, I assume that he has like a crystal decanter on his desk that has like water in it or whatever, because he entertains clients.
Sure.
Yeah. Oh.
So he at the when he offered the whiskey or whatever, he poured himself a glass. So he pours now Bento a glass and just kind of like pushes it across the table to him.
All right, look, I'm sorry. I am obviously a little bit beside myself right now, and I'm not even sure whether that's justified. Let's just keep this between us here. I'm not trying to worry you guys. Hopefully it's nothing.
Bento, as much as I've been sort of like up your ass about some things, I am sort of concerned. I mean, you have our back. I mean, especially like, what the Christ was the name of that planet that we wanted blacklisted? You had our back. I can't say you don't have our back. I don't want anything to happen to you.
The planet was drear, and thankfully, you guys were willing to back me up and perform contingency B, even though that was a dick move on my part, and I admit that.
That's what teams do.
But you did it, and that's actually the biggest profit we made all year.
Damn.
So I forgot what I was saying.
It's fine. So did I. That's what teams do. That's what teams do. Is
Right.
what I said.
Listen, you guys, I think I should take a nap. I'm
Can
sorry.
I get you a pillow, a cot?
Not trying to worry you, not trying to concern you. I really, I just want to take a nap right now. And he goes over and lays down on the couch in his office.
Okay.
I guess we're done here.
Meeting over. Yeah. Reggie stands up.
So we're going to cut from that scene to you guys walking away down the hallway or whatever. Okay, so I just want to make sure you guys know this. You've never seen Bento even close to this.
No. Picked up on that right away.
Yeah, he's usually pretty on point and always, professional.
I don't like some of the things that Bento. I mean, I don't like, but he's still. I mean, I wouldn't even speak to him if I didn't respect him as at least our position head, our division head.
Yeah, I mean, he wanted you specifically when all this started. I mean, he's
right. So I feel justified in jabbing back, but I don't want this. This is not what I want.
As you guys are having this conversation, you're entering the elevator to go up to the level with the simulator in it. And there's a big guy in the elevator with you. Do you continue talking? A stranger.
Oh, Reggie definitely does. Pardon me. Yeah. So anyway, Bento, right?
Okay. The stranger looks at you and introduces himself. Deck. You're standing in the elevator, and in comes the two guys you've been told about. Jack Nash and Reggie Carlisle are having some conversation about Bento, who's the guy whose office you're looking for right now. Because he was the guy who hired you, and you were supposed to have been here 15 minutes ago. These are the two guys you're being hired to work with.
All right, and so I'll assume I've done my research, so I know what the two of them look like at the very least, and at the most, and at the very least, I know what Reggie looks like. He stands out like a sore thumb.
Fletcher.
Yeah, I'm assuming that Nash looks kind of like your standard military guy.
Pretty much.
Kind of blends into a crowd. Not so much with Reggie.
Yeah, Reggie definitely sticks out.
Yeah.
Reggie's tall and big and bald and crazy-eyed.
Right.
Handlebar mustache.
Yeah. So, pardon me.
And Deck, can you describe yourself, because you're a little bit unusual looking yourself?
Oh yes. So Decklan, Deck, he's probably about an average-ish height. Probably just around 6 feet. Dark skin, black hair that is it's tight on the sides, but it kind of that faux hawkish, gelled look in the middle, the thing that you spend hours on to look like you just woke up in the morning. He also has very trimmed short beard that has designs shaved into it, and the same thing with the sides of his head. He has a pattern shaved onto both sides. He's wearing very modest clothes. Almost looks like he's wearing kind of BDUs with a hoodie.
Best damn underpants.
Yeah. So he's got the black cargo pants with the laced up boots, the pants tucked into the boot type thing. And you can see he has almost looks like implants, like a cybernetic implant just around the bottom of his eye, the eye socket, on his cheekbones. And then his eyes kind of have this bluish tint to them. Not just the eye, not just the iris, but the whole eye kind of has this bluish tint to it.
Oh my God, you're striking.
Pardon me, Mr. Carlisle and Nash, I believe, correct?
Holy fuck.
Yes. And who might you be?
By the way, it's not extremely rare to see people with cyber eyes. They're really expensive, but people have them.
Okay.
I'm Decklan Leila. I'm here to meet Mr. Hajir.
Now, see, what probably caught Deck's attention was that Reggie had just said the word Bento out loud.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And Deck, you've been wandering around, kind of, you're unfamiliar with the building, and you've been looking for Bento's office.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, so Decklan, you're saying? Declan,
Yes.
hey, Bento's probably not. It's probably not best to go see him right now. So let's go. I mean, why would you want to see Bento?
I was told to report to his office.
Oh shit. Well,
Did nobody show you around or tell you where to go?
I apologize. I am actually a few minutes late. I was supposed to be here about quarter of on the clock. My apologies. But the city sys kind of runs a little slow at times, especially coming from the northern side. But yes, I was hoping that I could still get my meeting in with him.
I can't imagine.
I mean, he's in a meeting now. We just
That's right.
we came from there, and he kicked us out for
He kicked us right out.
Okay, I want to inject a little thing for Jesse here. For you, this is kind of like, I mean, I don't know how you want to play it.
Mm-hmm.
But I think the way that Deck would probably play it is like a, don't you remember me?
Mm-hmm.
Because, like, wouldn't he be really? What am I, chopped liver?
Well, he usually plays it kind of a little bit in the background, and he's not like a front runner for Handfast, or at least he wasn't. So, but yeah, let's say he's like we actually have met before, somewhat tangentially.
Have we?
It was yes on Caladena. I believe you were doing a contract run for Miss Sardassian at the time.
Yeah, you know Daniels.
We have crossed paths, yes. Yeah, I actually, my former employer was Handfast Securities. I was working for a contract with...
Read off in your augmented display that nobody else sees. Derek Daniels, technician for Handfast Security. He quit over a year ago.
Oh, okay. It's yes, we were on a contract with X Investments at the time. It was McDaniel's. His departure was slightly a surprise. But
Is it after the way they treated him?
I mean, yeah.
I mean, that asshole with the fucking X Investments left him to die.
Yeah, pretty much horrible. You got out in time. Just in time.
it's a way to look at it, I suppose.
Hey, what do you think of Red? We've run into her a couple
what's
of
up
times.
with Red?
Read out Vivian Red Handfast, head of Handfast Security, often contracted by X Investments, currently unemployed.
Tell us all the things about Red.
Now, I just want to make clear to the audience that's me speaking of what Dex sees in his augmented display.
Mm-hmm.
Other people do not see this information. And if I wanted to, I could just type it in the chat window to Reggie, or sorry, to Jesse only. But I'm just going to go ahead and say
This is my favorite.
I think this works better anyway.
Yeah, this is great. Yes.
Because it really hits that note of Deck having other things going. Like we're having a conversation, but he has a whole other thing that's happening.
Oh yeah.
Okay, so here's what I want to know. When I say something like, Vivian Red Handfast, head of Handfast Security, can you put reverb or something? Make my voice sound weird.
Oh shit!
Robotize. Yeah, robotize my voice.
I don't know if I can do that in Audacity. I'll have to mess around with it. We might need a voice changer for that.
I want it.
No, you can. There's plugins.
Me, baby.
yeah. There's plugins where you can do that.
Oh shit! Okay.
No, I'm sure you
that
can do something cool in Audacity. I'm just putting in my request.
Yeah, John, just get the plugins. Sorry.
Yeah. I'm on it. Okay, we're back in.
So I'm assuming too. So in Deck's setup, he has so diving into it a little bit. He has a bunch of bots that go and do his work for him, and so he actually has one that is meant to is his information recall. So so he has little guys on his screen that actually blip in and out. That he's programmed his own custom UI for it.
Oh God!
Which means when he's talking to you, you see his eyes moving around like he's looking at people who aren't there and back to you again. He's constantly looking around.
Okay.
His eyes are moving.
I'm on board. Okay, I'm on board.
Yeah. So he probably hears Todd's voice is probably a voice in his head, actually relaying the information to him along with the setup.
You're right.
Nice.
Yeah.
Wow, this is.
Says, yes, she was a adequate advisor and runner. However, I believe that they felt that it was time for them to part ways. I think they had kind of reached the climax of their agreement.
Shit.
She doesn't work there anymore. You're using very interesting words.
Oh. I just want to remind you guys that it was, I don't know how many episodes ago, at the beginning of the Dreer episode, the Misty Planet episode 1, I think, began with a meeting with Blanche Regardy, and she asked Nash his opinion on Handfast, because it seemed like she wasn't too happy with the service Red was providing anymore. Well, now a little more time has gone by. Looks like Red lost the contract.
Interesting.
Nashville's kind of bad.
So everything Deck is saying jives with what you know and makes sense.
Yeah. Nash didn't know that he would get fired because he tried to couch things in a I don't know what's in a non-conference. Oh, she was terrible or whatever. Like he tried to make it seem like she was confident. And
you definitely you played her up, definitely.
Yeah.
Okay, now meanwhile, to both Jack and Reggie, I just want to tactically, you should probably steer this guy away from Bento. Maybe.
Yeah, that's what we were.
Yes.
Yeah, that's why we're just
up.
Yeah, we've already hit the button.
Can I?
Goes,
So they've already smacked the button and the elevator's about to go up. Could I attempt to override that?
Oh
no. Yes, but I just want to let you know that you actually weren't lost in the building. You were scoping out the building.
Oh,
you know exactly where Bento's office.
Yeah, he has imagine a video game. He actually has a map of the building, floor by floor.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Okay, so what are you trying to do? What are you trying to do?
I wanna stop the elevator.
Oh. Okay. There is a huge network smart system that runs all the services in the building. It is wireless. There are perhaps some places where you can get past security, but security is going to be difficult. You need to beat a 4.
Okay.
We're changing the whole meaning of bottle episode. It's now elevator episode.
That would be. I got 2 6s and a 4, so that would be an 8.
Holy shit. Okay. That is a yes and.
Yes, Andy kills us both. And takes
So
over
yes,
the world?
and so not only do I reroute the elevator, and it actually. So I'm assuming it's gone up like a floor and a half, and it kind of just all of a sudden goes when it starts going back down again.
Oh God, my whole bladder just went up into my chest and then down into my heart.
Okay, but you know what? I am going to rule though that in order to do something of that level of complexity, I mean that's not something you could direct a bot to do just by blinking your eyes. You either have to sub-vocalize or you have to like do some gestures with your hands in the air. So what is it?
Some limitations.
I'm probably a combo of the both. So you'll I don't know if
So
you can
someone
hear him
standing
enough, but he
right
starts
next to you could hear him kind of whispering in his throat.
definitely. So you actually hear him kind of be like, all right,
Aye.
he like kind of like trails his finger a little bit and is like, did it? And
Reggie would grab
drops
his hand. Reggie grabs his hand. This is Hey Nash. Enhanced.
All right, he did roll the yes and. So I'm going to say that
so,
he got away with it for a minute.
Yeah.
And
Sure.
okay, and the elevator stops.
Mm-hmm.
And Jesse, I still owe you an and.
Mm-hmm.
And what Reggie's telling me is the response is going to happen like at the same moment as the and.
That's fine. I assume my like trail is almost like giving directions. So it's almost being like, connect this to this, go here. And I am telling my AI that I call DM. So the DM is then I've transmitted enough info to
his
DM.
AI is Dungeon Master.
It's
do you
Dungeon
believe it?
Master. And that
Oh,
so
God.
DM is able to then convey directions to the bot.
To the bot to what? Directions
So
to where?
So I have a few sub bots that run the programs. So in this case, it would probably I have my injection bot that would probably be Tarek.
Okay, but what is the and? I'm sorry. What is the result of that?
So the and is that even though Reggie grabbed my hand to stop the gestures, it was I was able to get to relay enough information and connect enough of the dots for DM to then transfer directions over to the bot.
When you say to the bot, this was to the elevator.
Yes. Yeah. Well, yeah. So it's kind of like a go through. So I give information to the AI, to the general AI, that then transfers that information and gives directions to the weak AI.
Okay. So what you were
it's like a
rolling
network.
for-
It's a hierarchy.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So. Wow. Because this is so neat. This is so Kantian, right?
Whoa.
Because I thought you were acting on the thing in itself, but no, you were acting on the representation of the thing.
Exactly. Yeah.
To send the bot off to do it. Okay.
Yes.
Cool.
Yeah.
That means that your role is completely internally subjective to your own ontological space, which I like.
Oh God, you just broke me. I all those words meant nothing to John.
Okay, so, but that, you know what? But that was what you were trying to do. So that's the yes, and the bot goes off,
Okay, yeah.
and Reggie grabs your fingers.
Mhm.
I'll tell you what the and is in a minute.
Oh, sure, yeah.
When the bot comes back.
Okay, cool.
So Reggie, this guy is doing something weird in the air. The elevator stops moving.
You're
you grab his
enchanting.
hand. You grab his hand and what?
Oh, you're incanting. You're enhanced. What is this? What are you doing?
I'd
Reggie's like
really
all up in
appreciate
your
it if
face
you
right now.
removed your hand from me.
No. What are you doing? The elevator stopped. What are you doing? Nash, enhanced.
No, I get it. Look,
Okay,
buddy, I don't
remember
know who
primary
you are.
mission.
You can't just come in here and like break into fucking dark matter systems.
Yeah,
like,
man.
I don't.
I'm going. All right.
Words
Can
now.
I?
Words
I'm gonna do
now.
Can I do a grace?
Deck, I'm going to remind
go
you
ahead.
that your current primary mission, stated as a brief sentence,
Oh yeah.
is floating in the top of your display at all times.
Yep. I'm gonna give me can I do a grace roll against Reggie?
Oh shit.
I'm gonna try.
Yes.
I'm gonna try like a martial arts.
Okay, I love this. Yeah, because I want Reggie to win, but I also want him to lose. So
All
I
right,
don't know what I
it's-
want. So
It's
what is
grace
it?
versus.
I
Well,
mean, is it just grace versus grace, or can I add my athletics or my fighting
You-
Kali?
I don't know about fighting Kali. This is what, just hand? What do you guys
So
do?
I
Yeah.
assume like.
Kali is very handsy.
Yeah.
So I
Oh, you
assume
do-
like he's got.
This is
he's
going to be an
touching-
interesting mix because because Deck has studied Systema.
Oh,
'Cause the-
we're gonna be like brothers,
Right?
in arms, in literal arms.
Okay. Well, you're both going to be rolling grace and using your
Mhm.
greatest martial arts skill, whatever the fuck that is. And I'm not really sure what's going to happen here, but I want
right,
to ask Nash.
I'm
what's
sitting at
going
an
on.
8. 6 plus
Oh
2.
Jesus! Wow.
So
Yeah,
I-
I rolled in a 4 and a 2, and I have a +1, so that's a 5. So
So like,
Okay.
It's a 5
You're
versus an
go-
8, which means Reggie gets a yes and over Deck.
all right. So this is all that happens. Reggie's not
Yeah.
interested in anything but just
Well,
like
also- so-
sustaining you.
so real quick, I'll say it because I initiated it. Deck so you have Deck's hand, and he attempts to like grab in a reverse grip and begin to
Wait,
like
I need
twist
to-
your arm, but I'm assuming then that Reggie
there's like a weird motion that I do, and then we're just
Mhm.
back at the center, and it's just like no,
Yeah.
no, nothing, and then like his eyes get wider, like come on, words now, words.
All right, you'll
Yeah, because it's a yes and, it has to actually be something kind of dramatic. So
Yeah.
before Nash even has a chance to respond, that's how quick both of these motherfuckers are. Before Nash even has a chance to figure out what the fuck to do, these guys suddenly unleash into a flurry of maneuvers that were blocking and passing, and all they were trying to do was like grab the other two guys' hands. That's all they were trying to do, but it was a blur. It happened so fucking fast, and in the end, Deck ends up spun around, and Reggie's got him completely like full Nelson.
So like Nash is just kind of standing there, and he's like, "Good job, Reg. Good job."
Well, I mean, what the hell?
Okay, but I'm also
so-
going to say I'm also going to say that Reggie is impressed with the guy's fucking skill.
Oh, fuck.
He almost pulled it off.
Absolutely. No. Hands down. It was like, oh shit. I was pretty lucky on that one. Like, okay, well, I got the best of him this time, Nash.
So he just like he takes a step forward and he like points in Deck's chest and he says, "We're going upstairs to security. We're gonna find out who the fuck you are and why you're here.
And
Because you're in our building."
Reggie whispers in your ear, "Please don't try that again."
Deck will just kind of give a little bit of a shrug then.
So he punches the button again for the security floor, and we go upstairs.
So as the elevator's going up, I'll release-
I have a little bot in the corner with a dagger, being like, "Ah, ah." Let it go.
as the elevator's going over, Reggie releases you, and just like we just need more. We're just in this confined space, and I'm just getting all riled up. So we need more now. Come on.
I don't know, Deck. I think it might be time for you to come clean.
Let it all out.
I didn't want to talk to you before I talked to Hajir.
Yeah, we're definitely not letting you talk to him first.
As we said, he's indisposed at the moment.
Totally indisposed.
I have been hired by Dark Matter.
Oh, congratulations. What division?
Day tripping.
Oh,
For fuck's
congratulations. Wait, what? That's us. Nash, that's us.
Yeah, no.
Yeah,
get
and
it.
I told you, Deck, that your bot was going to return with an and in a minute. Here's the and that your bot just came back with. You know that just a couple of weeks ago, they lost a cyber augmented enhanced electronics technician and day tripper named Julio Torres.
Oh yeah.
You're obviously the replacement for this guy.
And so you see his move, Nash can kind of see his eyes move for a quick second. And he goes, "Sorry to hear about Julio."
Reggie takes a step back. What? Hold on. What does that fucking mean?
Are you supposed to be his replacement?
I am his replacement, yes.
Oh God.
Reggie gets quiet.
Well, I guess we're gonna have a lot of work to do on team building then, aren't we?
All right. We
That's
cut
a
to
good
commercial
star
right
wipe.
there.
Yeah. Or like a heart wipe.
It goes, "That's our Nash."
That's Nash.
He wants a drink now.
Yeah.
All right. So you've got the schematic in your head. You can release the elevator from your control if you want. Oh, Reggie, are you gonna you did relax your grip on the guy?
Push the elevator.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Reggie is he relaxed. Yeah.
So okay, so now we end up at the top level where you guys have your lockers and your simulation room and all that.
Okay. Well, I mean, I guess we can give you the once over. No, we can give you the tour.
Yeah, I guess we can show you where to put your shit and introduce you to the rest of the team. I guess we'll have to circle back around with Bento later.
I do have to ask that you never mention Julio to me again.
You know what? Bento gave there's no work today officially. You guys came in because Bento called you in.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Yeah. So yeah, Deck will actually say, "That's not a problem, Reggie," and he'll actually start to walk over, like unzipping his hoodie, walk over to the lockers, see the one that is like there's like a little like sticky tape thing with Jose's name on it. He'll just walk over, rip the tape off, throw it on the ground, and open the locker.
It's Julio, but B.
Oh, Julio. Yeah, sorry.
But B, this is Dark Matter, and so the locker actually has your name pre-programmed, keyed to your fingerprint.
Nice.
Oh, beautiful. Oh, that was fast. Holy shit. When were you hired?
A few days ago, but it was just recently. I was supposed to be coming in for my orientation today.
Oh, well, perfect. Well, we were called in for your orientate. Am I doing this now, Nash?
Yeah.
I won't even make you roll a brains roll, but apparently before he decided to get drunk at work, that's what Bento was supposed to be doing today, was introducing you guys to your new team member.
Oh, no. Okay, I get it. Okay. All right. Welcome to the Loose Guns. And just nothing happens.
He respects the naming.
Does he?
He does.
Okay. It's
You
sort of
see
a
him, he
joke.
kind of nods, gives a little smirk.
Yes, that's about all it's worth. Perfect. You've done it.
Deck, have you been off Earth? Have you been in any other dimensions? Have you slipped before?
Well, yeah, because he worked for Handfast Security, and so they've met on other planets before. Like he's been out.
True that. So, so you've probably trained in simulators. You're probably familiar with the basic setup of them. But like Julio, you probably understand it from the technological standpoint, as well as from the practical standpoint.
Oh yeah.
So when you guys are giving him the tour and you take him through the simulator, Deck, you notice that it looks like there's been some custom modifications on the control board and underneath the panel, some custom wiring. You assume it must be Julio who did this, and it looks like he knew his shit.
Can I do? He'll kind of stop and go to inspect it. Can I take a look at it and see if I can see what kind of alterations he's made to the system?
Are you guys going to stop him from like sitting down and interacting with the system? I mean, he's been hired.
As far as I mean,
Probably
unless,
not then.
yeah.
I mean, I think so. Like as they're walking, like Nash is like.
Put it this way: his thumbprint opened his locker.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Like that's I don't think we. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, obviously he's supposed to be here then, and we know Julio's gone. It's just that Bento
We know Julio's.
didn't tell us. Yeah, but like, so Nash would be like peppering him with questions, like as they're tooling around, like, how many missions have you been on? Obviously, your specialty is, like electronics and AI. Like, what weapons are you good with? What do you, like, tell me about what you're good at, so I know what we need to work on, kind of thing.
Have you spoken to Red recently?
No, so yeah, he started his career off with Calibrations Logistics.
What happened to your accent?
And well, I'm just giving a rundown. We can't all be in character 24/7 like you, John.
Yes.
No, yeah. So fine, I'll do it. I'm in the headspace. I'm in it.
Get it.
No, so I worked at Carlisle, at Calibrations Logistics as an analyst, and an engineer, and then as security, and then I was hired by Handfast and did security with them for a couple of years. I've been off planet a few times. We've done, and he pulls up his log, his mission log, and he's like, 19 off-world missions, 7 on-world. So 6 of those have been as contracts for X Investments, who I know that you are familiar with. And I have basic firearms training and martial arts, and I could say that I am very well prepared for the missions coming up, as I have read some of your mission history as well.
How long have you had the implants?
Since I was a child.
Okay.
Something that I've been used to.
Reggie's voice softens. I totally get it. Okay.
You have any time in service? Or are you a civilian contractor?
Strictly paramilitary.
Okay.
Where'd you serve then? Before X Investments?
I was at Calibrations Logistics for
Okay.
a handful of years before that.
Okay.
So it sounds like he began as cybersecurity and then jumped over to physical security.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
Need to be in the field occasionally.
We spend a lot of time doing that.
There's a lot of fielding.
It's good.
Okay, so let's get that roll, Deck. This is I don't know, computer science or electronics.
I have a +1 in both, so And that is a 256. So that's a 7.
Nice.
Yeah, that is yes, and so the yes is you can tell that this thing has been enhanced to add additional spectra to the outputs that can be controlled from this control panel, and you've also gotten a look at some of what those spectra are. They include not only high sonic and ultrasonic, but some vibrations that are so high and some that are so low that their effects are probably subconscious, that is neurostimulation. This is some deep shit.
Okay. And so he's impressed. He says, it appears as though Julio knew what he was doing. He was preparing you for some fairly interesting things.
He made some modifications based on some of our mission specs.
Let me ask you a question. Is there any sort of like footage in there?
And I'm assuming if there is a camera system, that is something that, given time, I could probably get into.
Okay, you could probably just go ahead and delete it.
I assume it's not on the corporate computer.
Well, no,
You see his eyes flick for a second, and there's a note that opens up. It's like bloop, bloop, notepad opens, and it's like
Julio.
Check security camera footage of training room.
And there's like an override from Julio that's like, don't do this.
Yeah, but it's okay, Reggie, because none of the really weird shit happened at work. The really weird shit happened at your apartment.
That's true. Yeah, okay. Okay, we're good. Check all
Are
your
there cameras at Reggie's apartment?
Of course. I'm constantly surveilled.
Okay, so did you guys want to actually run a simulation, or are you just going to talk about the simulator, or do you want to move on?
I mean, I feel like it's a great time. I mean, if you've been hired and all of that, your fingerprints on file. Why don't you go ahead, run a simulation? Let's see if hey, Nash, are you up for it? Let's do it. Let's see what it's got.
Yeah, I think we got to put you through your paces.
Julio was pretty
a little bit of a workout.
Yeah.
And after that cute meet, we have to make you work for something.
Cute meat.
What kind of weapons are you most comfortable with? Long arms, short arms?
Short arm firearms.
All right. Sure we have something in here for you. So he just he programs, some random, I don't know, would he be able to do that? I guess he typically runs the missions, right? So
oh yeah.
Illustrator or something.
I assume there's a standard.
I mean, there probably are some standards, and you probably do know how to pull up the menu and make it happen. But frankly, from my memory, we always had Julio do that.
Yeah, I mean, he was the electronics guy.
And since Deck is already sitting there at the console, he's looking at the menu right now.
That's a good first test.
You know what? I assume, how about the Deck sees Nash goes over to the panel, and you kind of see him. He's like, no,
because there's one.
No.
There's one really odd entry on the main menu with all the options that have been preset. Mm-hmm. I mean, there's jungle survival and frost plateau of Titan, and Mars surface and all these things that you might expect to see on the menu. Mm-hmm. And then there's one that says, "For whom the bell tolls," except the word "whom" is spelled in all capitals HOOM.
Yeah.
I have been delivered.
And while he sees Nash attempting to interface with the board, and so he just connects to it, pulls it up, and it was like, this one Looks a little interesting.
What's it called?
Yeah. Right. Whom the bell tolls. And
Shit!
he'll click that one on.
Oh no! It's too late. He clicked it.
All right.
All right. Well, the room transforms. You guys find yourselves inside sort of a purplish forest of neo palm trees forming a nearly solid canopy that shuts out most of the daylight, most of the rain, which is dripping down the trees and covering the floor. The groundwater makes the dirt slippery, and occasionally the roots of the trees sort of snake around. These are the famous snake trees of Inra, because it sure fuck looks like the planet Inra in this bitch.
So, did we have time to grab our weapons and stuff before everything shifted over? Like, are we like kitted up to like do the simulation?
I think once you decided to come in and do it, why not?
Okay. Yep. All right. He says, this was one of the fun ones. Tom almost got eaten by one of these things.
I don't think you know what fun means.
I don't think that word means what you think it means.
Reggie puts his gun and he trains it on the forest.
All right.
No. Oh, God.
Little heads up on this thing. I don't know how Julio's got this programmed in here. I know he made some modifications since the last time we ran it, but it does have some. It fucks with your mind.
This is going to be a great test because Julio.
And at that moment, in the distance, appears a gigantic beast, some 30 feet across, with 6 giant triangular tentacles, each 7 feet long, phenomenally strong, knocking down trees as it comes moving this way. It's less than 20 meters off.
As
It
I was
looks like
saying,
sort of like a cross between like a sea slug and a massive mobile anemone, standing on these giant triangular tentacles and then whipping out the ones that are on top.
So,
In the center
go ahead.
is a huge gaping mouth of crimson red with lots of incurving teeth.
Mobile Anemone was my favorite 80s shit band.
You mean 2080s?
Yeah, you don't know when I was born.
So
The thing seems to notice you, and
Yeah.
it rears up and begins inhaling,
Okay, here it comes.
swelling.
So, all right. So, quick question. We covered this very slightly when we were talking about Deck originally. So he has the bionic eyes. How does that affect his vision? We had talked almost like I think like the Geordie LaForge-esque like visor vision was thrown out there at one point,
Yeah,
but I'm not sure if that's how it works.
I think your decision was, I mean, the alternate suggestion was cyber eyes, which I think is what you went with. I mean, one of the problems with a visor is it can be knocked off of you.
Yeah.
And cyber
Oh no,
eyes,
I'm just telling you, because like Geordie, he doesn't see the world through normal vision. So like I'm not sure if do I still see normally or
what you see is basically a high definition video. So you're like a person with really, really fucking great vision. But then overlaid on top of that,
yeah,
you see interface panels and icons and controls and marquees and various colors that indicate meaning and can be added or removed from your view layer by layer.
Yeah. And now, all right. So the way that this training simulator room works is there's a physical aspect to it, right? Like is it just straight up holograms, or are there
if you
like robots and drones in it, or
this might be something that you do as a habit, and I imagine that in the future when we have people with cyber augmented layer assisted information eyes, there will be a word for this, and that is flipping back and forth between the augmented and the unaugmented vision, right? Which you might just do from time to time as a habit, just right. And when you do that, you can see very clearly what the difference is. And there are large robotic padded shapes, you know, like the things that you might find in a weight training room or an athlete's training center, like the big padded things that you run against when you're training to be a lineman, or a punching bag kind of a thing, a big punching bag kind of a thing. And so there are these things that are maneuvered by arms from the floor and from the ceiling, and there are big ones and small ones and round ones and giant ones. And then there's an augmented layer of projection, which is seen on top of that, which is holographic. So you can flip back and forth between the two visions. If somebody gets hit by a creature in this simulation, what happens is they get hit by a moving projectile that's padded. It hurts, but it's not going to kill you.
Right. That's why I don't know if any of you have seen the new She-Ra that they do. But so that's what I'm thinking. They wear like visors that projects an image, but they have like robots that they're in, but they don't see the robots. So I'm assuming that's kind of what this is like they, like Reggie and Nash, probably don't see the mechanical part behind it. They only see the projected hologram on top of it.
Oh, you're cheating.
But because because Deck can see the signal within them, he can see the robot feature of it.
You're Neo.
And I don't think Nash thinks about it, so he doesn't tell you to turn it off.
That's true. Why would you?
Yeah, to Deck, it's just another information layer in the room. You could choose this one, or you could choose that one. You could respond to either one as the primary, whatever you want to.
This is good because judging on what you choose right now is what will determine how we handle training in the future.
I'm totally choosing the augmented layer. That's
okay. All right. I mean, hey, props.
Yeah.
I mean, we don't know one way or the other, right?
You guys have absolutely no idea.
You're saying the augmented layer, that means the whom, right?
Yeah.
No, I can see past the whom.
But which one are you choosing to see? Or do you see the
I'm
whom,
choosing to see past the hume.
Okay, that's what I was.
the other one.
Yeah. All right. So then, I guess we'll just see what happens.
Screw your reality. I'm choosing my own.
We will see what happens.
I totally get that.
At that moment, the whom finishes inhaling, and it lets out its bellow. It starts to echo. It gets into your head. You guys need to roll psyche, just straight psyche. Tell me the highest number you get. And the whom is rolling.
Oh, nice. That's a 5. Deck has a 5.
Am I adding psychology? Oh, no, you said a straight psyche. I got a 5.
Friendship is magic. 6.
Reggie, you are the only one that doesn't feel the compulsion to begin moving directly toward that thing's mouth.
Of course, I am immune.
Deck, you are surprised as fuck because you did not expect this, but you find an irresistible urge has you actually walking toward that fucking thing.
Okay.
And before you can even tell your robots what to do, you're already starting to move. There's a weird compulsion that's making you do it. Reggie, you're the only one that still has control of his shit.
Okay, so Reggie is immediately. Well, can Reggie notice that? Does he notice that it's like, well, I'm fine, but everyone else is fucked, or no?
Well, you both see them sort of gazing forward instead of whatever action stance they were in before. They're sort of stumbling forward.
Oh shit! The weapons dropped. Reggie's gonna run over and try to he's gonna tackle Deck. And
You tackle Deck.
I'm gonna grab him and I'm gonna stop yelling, "Don't listen to it!" and slap him in the face.
Okay. At this moment, Deck, you really can't respond.
All right.
So Reggie, you're just gonna have to.
Yeah, because we're training him.
You're just gonna have to.
You in the face.
You want to beat a 3?
Oh, on what?
Let's call this Grace.
Oh, she passed away 30 years ago.
Don't crack my eye.
Double 6s. Don't throw me down, Clark.
Holy shit.
I got 2 6s and a 4.
All right, you wrestle him beautifully and smoothly to the ground.
Just
and
wait.
and you get another movement. What do you want to do?
I do the same thing to Nash.
Nice. Okay. One by one, you lay both these
reach
guys
out.
Then I
down.
Nash's
empty
foot.
like 8 clips into the whom.
Okay, and at that point, the whom has finished making its sound,
Gross.
and you guys can both roll psyche again. Beat 4.
4.
6. Shit.
All right, Deck, you hit it exactly. Nash.
I got 6.
All right, so Nash, you shake yourself. Deck, it's a yes, but. So I'm going to say you're the one who has that embarrassing moment where you're the only guy in the room still under the effect of it, and you go walking toward it, and it's not even making it sound anymore. But you're shambling toward it, and then you realize, wait a minute, it's kind of like you get this weird embarrassed feeling like everybody's looking at you. What's the joke? And then you spin around. Oh, I'm the joke.
Oh, this is.
Nash he jumps up. He's like, "Good move, Reg. Get it. Get the fuck up."
We get it, Dickie. You gotta get up now. We'll talk about Julio after. And Reggie starts unloading bullets.
So you're firing at the whom?
Yes.
Okay. Nash
Yelling at Deck and firing at the whom.
and
I mean, I assume it's some sort of simulated, firearm thing.
it
Oh
is.
yeah. Laser tag.
All right, Deck, you're out there. They're shooting over your shoulders, basically.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we start to
Yeah.
tactically maneuver to get around
All the tactical maneuvers are happening.
Well, the
flanking
thing
fire.
the thing is 30 feet across, so you got a lot of space to work with. So both of you guys can roll those. That's going to be Grace and your firearm skill. And Deck, what are you doing?
He's going to try to break the program.
Okay, you need to run back to the console and get behind
He's
it.
running away.
Nash just starts yelling, "Where the fuck are you
Oh,
going?"
come on, man.
That's not something I could do wirelessly, or is that because I'm not quite in the system yet?
Julio. He was the master at thwarting the flogging.
You know what? You're gonna have to make a roll to see if you are in the system that deep, unless you just want to run over there physically. I mean, you have not yet injected yourself
I'd
into
like to
this
get
system.
Yeah. I'd like to get into the system first. Then
Okay.
we'll do that. Yeah.
This is going to be when it's your bot doing it. Really, the question is the bot's skill, not so much yours, but you're the one who programmed the bot. Right?
Well, I have a feeling. Yeah. I mean, I have a feeling in a case like this where it's so important, he'll probably it's almost easier for him to just do it. And then like working in cohesion with the AI instead of actually like sending out an order.
Yeah, but there's two things here. First, there's first there's getting into the system rather than using your hands, right? Because it doesn't have an interface for your DNI.
Oh yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So first you'd have to hack in,
right,
before you could tell it then programming to do anything.
True. Okay.
So it's two maneuvers, is what I'm saying.
Gotcha. Yeah.
It's not the kind of thing
yeah.
you could, not the kind of thing you could do real quick.
Oh no, yeah, no, I absolutely, I understand. It's gonna be 2 different actions, basically. Yeah.
At least.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's fine.
So right now you're trying to instruct your bots to hack the simulation system to find
Yes.
some
All
way
right,
into it. Okay.
Yes.
So we're going to call this. I'm actually going to call it encryption.
This is awesome.
Ooh, yeah, sure.
This is Julio's secured system,
I have encryption.
and it is hard. You need to beat a 5.
All right. I have +1 on encryption. So, and I got a 2, 2, and 6.
Yo!
So that's a 7.
So you got a 7. That's a yes, and you managed to hack into the system. And let me see if I've got anything I can. You happen to be looking at that. You happen to have a layer up in the corner that shows your little map of the building.
Mm-hmm.
So that you've been like casually flipping through different areas of the building. You see that there's somebody in Bento's office with Bento.
Okay. Okay. So he'll So basically the whatchamacallit. So his one of his little guys, they almost look like little sprite avatars that kind of like pop
to everybody
up.
else, they don't look like a fucking thing.
They don't look like anything. Yeah.
No Pac-Man.
No Pac-Man.
What?
Fine.
Change the story. But yeah, so he kind of pops back, like throws up a sheet, but he we'll even say it looks like he comes back, like the way that he shows that he broke the encryption is he's like holding up a severed head, like he's like and like throws it.
We need to explore this just a little bit.
Yeah, because it only looks like that to you. It doesn't look like
To
that
me,
to anybody
exactly,
else.
yeah.
So
Yep.
everybody else, what? They just see you move your arm in a weird way?
Oh yeah. Yeah, basically it's he just kind of like flicks his eyes a little bit and says like, Harmon, go break it. And he like runs out and you see him go like real quick. And then he like when the sprite comes back, he like tosses the head and then you see him almost like grab it out of midair and like grabs it, throws it down.
Reggie just disappeared and he reappeared over there.
I have no idea what just happened. But the panic in my mind was profound. Okay, I'm fine now.
The Whom is drawing another breath. Everybody is. You guys never rolled, or did you?
We did. We
did.
Yep. We
Yep.
got that up in Jesse's thing.
What'd you get?
I got a 7.
I got.
And I had the 4. I had the yes, but.
I have a 7, but if I get my weapon +1, it's a 8.
Oh.
Okay, those are both yes ands, which means you both cause 2 hits to the creature, and that. Let me see what we're dealing with. What are we dealing with? Oh, no. Because it's got a health of 5. It's still up, people. So now we got to see who pulls this shit off faster. Jack, you kind of need to do a yes and here.
Sure.
All right. So you are trying to, now that you're in, you're trying to direct without being physically at the console, you're trying to direct your robots to shut down the simulation.
Exactly.
At the same time, the Whom is beginning to inhale because it's still alive even after they both succeeded in critical hits to vital zones. So you go ahead and roll that. You guys go ahead and roll a second volley of shots.
Have we seen that Deck has fleed?
I
Yeah, I
haven't.
yelled at him.
He's still
he
standing.
hasn't.
Yeah, he's still standing there.
He's still standing there, though. Okay.
Yeah.
In fact,
Oh,
I had assumed that Deck turned to face the control panel, but he doesn't even actually need to do that.
Yeah.
So it's up to him.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
no,
well-
he's like it looks almost like he's staring at the Hume, but he's like zoned out. He's got like 1,000-mile stare.
Okay, and he's
so-
doing that little thing with his hand like this.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Okay, so okay. All right. I dropped the dice again.
All right. Oh, not great. Highest is a 4. So 4. Are we doing programming on this or more encryption?
You got through. This is programming.
Program. So that's 4 plus 2, so 6.
That is exactly what you needed. This is a yes, but. So you shut the program down, but not before the whom lets off another cry. Now I'm going to want to know the totals that you guys rolled.
Well, I got a 6 on the die, so it's either a 8 or a 9.
I also got a 9.
Oh,
Okay. Both of you guys managed to get a volley of shots off, which drops the whom just as it's beginning to make its call. Its body hits the ground and then completely disappears, as does the rest of the planet Inra, because Deck has finally succeeded in shutting it off. And the interesting thing is, he succeeded in shutting it off with his back to it, just by going like this in the air.
what the fuck just happened?
What the fuck
What
was
just
that?
happened?
Deck, what are you doing?
Oh, your hand
The
moving.
training.
Oh,
No,
shit.
training is combat training. What was that bullshit?
Well, we went into the simulation to beat the system. So that's what we did.
Okay.
No,
We came
no.
in here to survive and to beat the training. That's what we did.
Yeah, well, let me tell you, on INRA, you're not going to program your way out of getting eaten by a fucking Hume.
But how
On INRA, we will do it differently. This is not INRA, as you can see now.
All right. Listen, I'll get it. Nash, hold on 1 second. Hold on. Listen, this is an adaptive way to approach this. We need to sort of like. So, Dick, listen. The purpose of the training simulation is to deal with the literal threat, not so much. I mean, I get what you're saying. I do. And God bless you, because it's that sort of non-linear approach that we're looking. Reggie wouldn't use the word non-linear.
It's probably something that he heard from his the
it's that-
psychology bot.
It's that sort of fucked up approach that's like interesting enough and unique enough to make a difference. Nash, do you know what the hell I'm talking about? Do you get it?
I work with you, Reg. I get
I
it.
mean,
Deck,
but this is like a different sort of like.
okay, so
routine.
I'm gonna throw in here that, and I've sort of alluded to this before, but I think this is something that we should kind of play and kind of get used to. That Deck is constantly looking at additional information, and therefore having a conversation with him is sometimes like he's a little bit Asperger's, right? Like he will not respond when you expect him to, and then a moment later he'll respond with more information than you asked for. Or I mean, it's just a little odd having a conversation with him, because his eyes are always moving around, like he sees stuff you're not seeing, and he speaks in sort of like he's quiet and then he speaks and then he's quiet again while he's looking at more data and he speaks again. So having a conversation with him is a little bit weird. And I think you guys are learning that and should also kind of play it.
Yes. Can we understand it? Like from having the information that people have implants. Do we know
Yeah,
that?
there are people. It's kind of like the early days of when people were just starting to walk around with Bluetooth on, and you're in the supermarket and if somebody's talking, you spin around, you think they're talking to you, and then you don't know who the hell they're talking to. You're like, what is
no,
this?
I'm living in 2020 right now, man. You're back in 20, whatever the fuck. Yeah, I guess.
Yeah. So it's like that. I mean, there's people
was-
walking around talking and gesturing into space. You see it. If you're on the bus, if you're at the mall, yeah, you see it.
But we're used to Julio, who had his augmentations put on later, so he wasn't quite as like integrated, I guess, as Decklan
I don't
is.
think he
Actually,
ever really
Julio-
was in the field.
Yeah, Julio wore his stuff. It was gear that he put on and took off. This guy's got a computer in his head and cybernetic eyes.
Yeah.
And he was raised that way.
Okay.
Look, Declan, we've had a bit of a rough start here, I guess. I can appreciate, as Reggie says, that you're thinking outside the box. We're known for that, if nothing else. And Reggie will be my point man on that every time. But when we're in here training for the simulator, we need to be training as if we are where we are. That means I need you to be in whatever that augmented reality is. I need you to be there and only there.
Agreed. Unless Deck. Can I call you Deck? Or would you prefer Layla? Because I'm gonna make a lot of Layla references. Cream, am I right? Can I call you Deck?
quickly pulls up a search cross-referencing Laela and Cream. sees a video off of YouTube that pops up.
So you're talking to him for a response, and he's like listening to Laela.
God, you're like deep into how AI.
But you know, it's not YouTube. 100 years in the future, it's Tube Face.
It is, isn't it? Oh my God, we are the worst.
It's after back in 2037 when Google and Facebook merged, and they
to make Goo Face.
Tube Face.
Face Goo, whatever. It's the same. Hey, listen. Oh God, so, I've lost the narrative. Hold on, what was I saying?
You see his eyes flick, and he opens up a window that says parameters and says, under training, literal. Close.
Okay, all right. I'm back.
Understood.
I'm back in. Hey, unless you can find a way. Listen, Julio and I had issues, especially towards the end, but he was innovative. He created this whole scenario. I mean, you fell for it. No? Yes, you did. Come on. I had to slap you right out of it now.
He did a good job.
So
yeah, you have to admit, Deck, that you've never even seen programming that could pull off a psychologically injected command.
Right?
So my challenge, and of course Nash stopped me. My challenge to you is to create a simulation that can outthink you. Because Julio was able to create one to outthink him. And to be honest, it sort of outthought you in the moment, didn't it? Come on.
I mean, he's never thought of a program outsmarting him before. So,
well, this is your job now.
Well, let's maybe make this a plan B.
Okay.
Let's make a note. Work on that.
Take the note. And Reggie said
when you got some free
Reggie is asking Deck to approach the singularity, to create an AI that is smarter than people. That's dangerous territory right there.
Yes.
Look, we need to work on some unit cohesion here because we're we're having some issues right now, and we haven't had to deal with this in a while.
I do apologize. I will admit I wanted to show off a little bit.
You did.
And I do genuinely want to be part of the team. I have read a lot about what you have done in the last year, and it is very impressive, and you've been on the edge of a lot of worlds, and that is what I would like to do.
Been on the edge of a lot of things, truth be told.
Did you read about the piss wave? Did you read about that?
I don't think the reports that Bento let him have access to have quite that much detail.
That's fine.
I can't wait till I get access to the reports that Bento won't let me have access.
Just make sure you're not breaking any sort of protocol if you want to stay on the team. I assume. But there was a piss wave.
Impressive.
Reggie's proudest moment.
Right.
So proud that he repeated it again a couple weeks ago.
Unfortunately.
So, look, old football adage, baseball, sports, there's no I in team. I can appreciate you wanting to come in and impress, but we work as one functional unit here. Everybody's good at something, and everybody works together to make sure that the mission is fulfilled.
I would say you did impress, though, right? I mean, there was impressed stuff, but we're a team.
Next time, I will endeavor to impress in other ways.
Ooh,
I appreciate that.
Shall we jump forward a little bit?
Absolutely.
And we do it again. Nash is like, again. We do the same thing again.
Well, he said, I was actually going to bring up the other person that's in Bento's office right now. Unless you want to skip past that.
Okay, well, yeah, so we have that conversation. I'm like, let's run it again. And you're like, wait.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. He's like, we could do that, or we could, you could see who Mr. Hajir is talking to at this moment.
Smash cut. We bust in, we kick in the door with guns. I'm sorry, did you say something? What?
Somebody's in his office?
I'm not responding because I'm sure that somebody stops Reggie before he goes and does that.
Yeah, no, we
I assume I overheard a little bit of the conversation when you came into the elevator about the predicament that you currently find yourself in, and so I thought you might be interested that there is someone that he is currently talking to.
Holy crap, you're just in all the systems, aren't you?
What do you think, Reg? Should we like his eyes flick over to you?
Are you paying attention to that scene in your vision deck?
About the location of certain people?
Yeah, are you looking more closely at Bento's office?
If I can, absolutely.
Okay. That's not a person, it is a projection of a person.
Okay. Huh. It appears as though it is not a person that is on site. It is
it's a virtual conference.
Yeah.
Shit, that might be the
he's talking to someone's face.
So Reggie turns to Nash. So what's this person like talking to, like a sleeping person?
No, sleeping. Come on, Reg.
I mean,
the other signal is coming. Yeah. The other signal is coming through his office communications line from outside. So this is a conference call initiated from the outside.
Yeah, Mr. Carlisle, I understand that you do appreciate 20th century references. I believe the one that you would get the most out of this is Star Wars. He's pulled up image references.
The Wars of the Stars, of course.
Maybe that's his
but
his
Mr.
call with
Carlisle
corporate.
was my father. You can call me Reggie.
But yes, apparently he has. Somebody has contacted him, and they are currently in discussion of something.
I can't believe I'm going to ask this question, but can you hear what they're saying?
I'm proud of you.
Maybe don't be, Reg.
You might be able to. This is a hard encryption roll.
This is your second test.
You got to beat a 5.
That's a 6 + 1, 7.
Wow. Okay, that is a yes and. Okay, so you have beaten the encryption on Bento's private line.
Can
you hear him talking to it's an older female voice, and she seems kind of, you're guessing a little insincere, but dripping with grace, as she says something like, "I'm glad to see that we're in so much agreement. I wish our two companies to grow closer."
Could I now? All right. As the there's two things I want to do. You know, all right. I think that this. All right. So you'll see Deck, kind of, he like tweaks his head as he's listening, and then he'll go. He'll almost make like 2 flicking motions as he flicks them over to your PDAs. I'm going to interface you into the call.
Just gonna like let him do that every time now. Seems
nice.
Benefit us now.
Nice. Okay, so you guys both hear the voice coming out of your PDAs, and you recognize it.
It's Blanche, isn't it?
It's Blanche Regardy.
Oh God!
So Nash is, fuck,
shit. What's he doing? Why? Why is he doing it though?
God damn it!
There were safer ways. Why?
Well, it's fucking corporate. They're putting the fucking screws to him. All right. Let's see what she says.
Yeah, let's see what she says. Here's your third test. Tell us all the things.
Well, we hear it now, right? And it's on our PDAs.
Right, we're just in it. Yeah. I don't know how computers work. I'm sorry.
They are apparently just wrapping up a conversation that had positive results. As she said, she's pleased to see the two companies grow closer. And as soon as you can activate your people, we have a battalion ready and waiting on Orinira 6. I will speak to you soon, my friend. And off she goes. Click. The holograph disappears. The audio call ends.
Oh, that's not good.
What was the Orinira 6?
Orinira 6, yeah.
Hey Dick. What can you tell us about Orinira 6?
What can I tell them? Does that show up in like a basic Gooface search or
Gooface? Oh God! Don't make that it.
It shows up in the big model. Orinira 6, large rock planet rich in titanium, gravity 24 times Earth, atmosphere, hydrogen and helium, pressure 312 Earth atmospheres. Can't go there without a slip suit on.
Yeah. I'll pull it up and then do another quick like bloom bloom.
I did the flick thing. Oh, this is gonna be fun.
All right. Arid world, little water, climate wildly variable, mostly grassland and shrubland, sandy, powdery terrain. The biodiversity is dominated by one superior life form called the Modo. They are sort of slug-like bodies with multiple tendrils and limbs covered with a carapace. Maybe a little bit lobster-like, a little bit slug-like. Slightly larger than humans. and currently at war over territory on their planet.
The slug lobsters are at there's a territorial war.
Yep, they're called the Modo.
But with whom? Not the whom.
Different clans.
Not the home. Different planet.
No, there are two groups: the Habdob and the Lukasha. They're two subspecies. The Habdob are broader with red shells, and the Lukasha are thinner and longer, and they have pink shells.
So basically, we're looking at
lobsters. They're all
slug lobsters, and they have advanced technology and a war going on.
Slugsters?
And this place was discovered just last year.
Oh shit.
Deck is definitely not happy.
Oh god, but like, oh shit.
So what? She wants to interject us in some fucking species conflict? Like,
oh my god, she's got him in a disadvantage. He's had his scotch.
With the battalion that she mentioned, I am assuming that we're choosing a side.
Oh fuck.
Well, X Investments is choosing a side.
Do we need to? But he's had his special scotch. And listen, I've had his special scotch. Do we need to intervene? I mean, I don't know. I feel like. Hey, Decklan. I mean, Nash, stop me. Can you intervene? With like a...
No.
Okay, never mind.
Look, I mean, Declan's here. He was supposed to meet with him anyway. Let's go down, bring Decklan in, see what he says, see if we can find out what's going on.
Thank God. Thank whatever God's left for you, Nash. That's the level-headed approach. Let's do that.
Right. Okay. So it's probably been like, I don't know, maybe half an hour. You guys were just in the simulation for a minute. And the tour isn't that big. There isn't that much stuff to see.
Here's all the things. Standard issue. Bullshit. On we go.
And so you go back to Bento's office. Come on in, he says.
Yeah, so while Deck was like looking for Bento's office earlier, he now miraculously knows exactly where to go.
Okay. Well,
like he hits the button of the elevator when he gets off. He takes a left, third door on the right. Like,
oh, you know everything. Yeah. That's great. Good for you.
Oh, I see you finally made it here, Mr. Leila. He rises to shake your hand, and he says, "Well, you can hear this news too. I think this is good news for everybody. Have you all made acquaintances? Yes."
Yeah, we intercepted Deck a little bit earlier. We actually ran through the simulator already.
That's great. That's good to hear. Look, I'm sorry if I dropped the ball on introducing you guys before, but I should know that you guys. He seems a little bit looser than usual, but not as loose as he was this morning. And he says, but I do have good news for you. I want you all to sit down. This is something big. I know that I was worried earlier this morning, but I think that my concerns have been answered here. We have the biggest job ever seen.
Can I take a guess? Scylla Sordeshian wants us to go and rub her feet for 25 minutes.
No, I believe that's the offer that was already on the line.
It was a joke. It was a stupid joke.
I know, but it's a whole thing now.
I know, but like, I just wanted to. I'm sorry.
There is a planet. Orinira 6 is the name of the place. There is a conflict on that planet between a race of warlike despots who control their people through iron will and a more democratic and technologically advanced race who X Investments has decided to back in their defense of their population. And you gentlemen have an opportunity to lead a force greater than you have ever led. I have secured under your command 1,000 troops to be requisitioned from other dark matter installations across the globe to go serve duty in the battle for Oranera.
So,
Okay, so like all the usual questions.
Before you say another word, we're talking about 100 billion credit contract.
Right.
I mean, I can, but X investment, I mean, like, of all the people, I mean, after everything that happened, Bento, like,
Listen, I don't want to take a whole episode to talk about the moral implications. Listen, if X Investments is decided to back one of the sides, shouldn't we, by default, help the other side?
You have a very dim view of our partners at X Investments, don't you, Reggie?
Sort of, but I'm sorry if it's inappropriate. And Reggie lowers his head.
if I can, our partners at X Investment, what's
Well, nothing has been officially announced. Nothing has been officially announced yet. And yet, he looks a little proud of himself. I think I've swung us a deal that's going to save my ass and this whole division.
Oh, God. You're really pulling on the moral strings on me here.
what does that mean exactly?
Yeah.
Well, it means the same thing as it always meant for dark matter. The big money is where the big guns are going boom.
In case you hadn't read our records, Reggie and I are both out of service.
I know. And that's fine, because technically you're not engaged in any partisan warfare. You're simply providing security for the forces who happen to be engaged in some sort of warfare. You see, it's a subtle difference, but a difference nonetheless.
I feel as though, are these, slug lobsters paying X Investments?
There are a variety of resources which X Investments has obtained and acquired access to on the planet's surface, yes.
Well, what are we doing here?
I believe the planet is rich in titanium.
Shit.
Oh, you beat me to it. I was about to flick the ding their PDAs with titanium highlighted in the dock.
I feel like you do it anyway.
As he says that, all our PDAs ding is titanium. Fuck.
Just as he says it, yeah.
Fuck. God damn it.
Nash.
Nash gets up and starts pacing.
You'll be in command of a battalion, Nash.
Oh god, he's really pulling at your strings.
An opportunity for you to be your best self.
Oh, he's got you. He's got you.
How public is Nash's service record?
Ooh, what's happening? What's happening here?
I mean, that's
less public than his naked ass nailing Scylla to the mattress.
Yeah. I mean, those are government files, right? So, a quick Google search, today, would probably reveal someone was in service or maybe what unit they were in or whatever.
That's pretty much it.
His individual mission that caused the stress for him was spun. So I don't think an official report of how Nash knows things went down was ever filed because they filed something else.
True.
Yeah.
So I mean, I don't know. You might be able to find something like that, but Nash is up and pacing, and he's
not right now. Not right now, sitting in Bento's office. That's
yeah. So he just I don't. I mean, I imagine you know a little bit of my history, Bento. This is not the.
But by the way, since you're scanning Nash's history, you also notice there's this, for both of these gentlemen, there's an interesting lapse of about 6 months where both of their histories show absolutely no activity just shortly before they come to work for Dark Matter.
Definitely tags a note for that. He has research. He has a few things that he's already looking to research later, and that's in the to-do list.
All the research tags.
Yep.
Bento, I don't even.
All right. I know you don't have to make this decision right away, and you've got a lot weighing on your shoulders. 1,000 men. That's a big challenge. But Nash, I know you're up to it.
It's not that it's a big challenge. Oh, I'm sorry, Nash. I can't speak.
It's Reggie's fine. It's fine. It's my own thing. I don't know how comfortable that I would that I'd be with this necessarily. Like he's standing like in the corner, like he's like by the fucking bookcase, and like he turns around to address him, and I don't Reggie, you can probably see like his left hand is starting to shake a little bit.
Nash can handle 1,000 men, Bento. It isn't about the 1,000 men. It's about what he'd be directing the 1,000 men to do. This has been the consistent objection that we've had all along. And I get it. I get that right now it's a very crucial time. But like we've got slug lobsters fighting, and then we're gonna ask Nash to just like defeat slug monsters because X Investments has bought in with a certain group of slug monsters.
I don't think I need to tell you, Mr. Carlisle, that war has always been about commerce.
Yes. No, Bento, I'm not. Yes, no. I understand that. And that is what literally has driven me mad about some of this. But the decision about which is. We just don't know what X Investments interest in whatever side they're backing is.
He turns to Deck. I must apologize, Mr. Leila. Perhaps it was wrong of me to have all three of you in on this meeting. You're seeing how the sausage is made, it seems. We don't always see eye to eye on every particular issue, but I assure you, since the three of you will be working together as a team, you have my word. If there's anything in this contract which causes you alarm, come to me. Report it. We will go through all possible channels, all existing legalities. If you find some evidence of crime, some evidence of wrongdoing, by all means. You know I've got your back. But in the meanwhile, we also have the largest potential mission of the history of this division, 100 billion credits riding on a 6-month contract to assist and defend as a population you will probably never really know fights another population you will never really know.
Reggie turns to Deck and he holds his hand as if they were lovers. That sucks. And he says, anything that he just said is correct. I can't emphasize that enough. The moral implications of whatever this is aside, I don't fault him for anything he just said. And then he releases his lover's-like hand embrace.
Who are you talking to?
Deck?
He grabbed Deck's hand.
I grabbed Deck's hand.
Okay.
Or that fourth person who was the fifth person who was in the room. Just like
Yeah, I don't know if you're like talking to God or what.
I'm sorry. Yeah. I grabbed God's hand and I was at peace. No, it was Deck. It was Deck. Sorry.
All right. I can see that you're not going to come to a conclusion right away. That's okay. I don't need a response immediately, but you do understand my position.
I was backing you.
You came in here this morning and I was a little bit past the line, and I apologize for that. But the fact of the matter is, gentlemen, my job is on the line here, and I found a solution. So I'm going to be going this way. Take some time to decide whether you'll be coming with me.
Nash just walks out of the room.
Reggie just sits next to Deck. Reggie looks at Deck.
Bento flops back in his chair. That's it. I'm out. I'm done. You can go.
Deck will look back at Reggie.
Reggie accepts your look, gets up, and he just follows Nash out.
Oh, Nash is already gone.
Well, yeah, right. Yes.
Huh?
Yeah.
In that case, Deck will stand up, give Bento a nod, and follow Reggie out.
Okay, guys. You leave the premises, go have lunch somewhere. You want to downtime a little bit? You want to wait till I tell you something else happens? Where do we
Actually, right as they exit the office, I'm going. I want to turn to Deck, and I'll just kind of like I'll as the door closes behind him, Dick. I want you to know that I have always felt open to express my concerns to Bento. And he has always been about what profitability any of the jobs we have taken can bring Dark Matter. But I will forever go with Nash on whatever he decides is the best way to go with this. This is the team aspect that we were trying to tell you about and show you up there in the simulator. I'm with Nash. You're on this team. It's a question you're going to have to ask yourself. And then Reggie just kind of like turns and walks in whatever direction it would lead to a place to get food.
Nash is up in the gym and he's fucking working the heavy bag like a mofo right now.
Okay, well, that's actually where Reggie would go then. Yeah.
I mean, I don't know that you would know that. Like, he just walked off.
Wouldn't he?
Maybe. Yeah, probably, I guess.
Yeah,
I don't know.
goes up to the gym.
Because it's probably that or drinking, and he's trying to stay away from that.
No. Yeah. Reggie goes up. Reggie would go up there. That's where Reggie's going right now.
All right, and there's one more thing that's been weighing on your mind, Nash, and that is like it's the latest message sitting on your PDA, which is a friendly little note from Scylla with a bunch of revolving hearts that make kissy faces every time they loop around.
It's such a sex. It just
and it says, I know you need time to think. I'll give you some space. Love, Scylla.
Oh God.
Like, I think he sees it like when Deck dings over the titanium thing, it's like it's already there, like he hadn't seen it because like, oh shit, we gotta figure out what's going on with Bento. And then he's just like so he's just like, when he gets up into the room, he like throws the PDA down and like takes off his shirt, and he's just like, yeah, he's going to town. Like yeah.
Oh God.
Yeah. So when Reggie and is Deck with you when you come walking into the gym?
I don't know. Deck just bailed out.
It seems like Deck just with his mind stacked chairs upon himself.
I know.
That's an impressive.
There's some lucid dreaming for you right there.
Oh my God.
I feel emasculated with my
Look at
losing
that
streak.
shit. Yeah, you got to up your
I would
game,
love
bro.
to know if Deck stayed with me, but that's where Deck would go. I mean, that's
Because
where Reggie would.
because whether he's with you or not, when you walk into that room, you see Jack is just hitting the
Okay.
bag like.
Yeah, I mean, Reggie would address him right away. Okay, so this is okay. So this is what we're doing, and Reggie gets behind the bag and holds it to offer resistance.
Mm-hmm.
Nash, he doesn't even say anything to you.
Yeah,
He just he's in his head.
do it. I've got it. And Reggie just holds it. Reggie holds the bag for Nash for as long as he needs.
I
So,
assume
Jesse,
like you're
did you
shouting out
follow
encouragement.
Oh yes.
Jesse,
Oh,
did
yeah.
Deck follow
Yeah.
Reggie into the gym? Yeah.
Yeah, he kind of when Reggie kind of gave his little speech, and he turns and starts to walk, he kind of tilts his head a little bit, thinking about it, and then like a few paces behind starts walking.
Okay.
He
When
flicks
you
his
get into
eyes,
the
opens
gym,
up a note that says "team?"
Yeah.
question mark.
Equals team. Also, Carlisle crazy per all the previous reports you've gotten from all the
Yeah.
past groups. Yeah.
Yeah, so when they go
All
in,
right.
when they go into the gym, he kind of pulls himself back a little bit and kind of more so just like leans up against the wall and like gives them space.
Mm-hmm.
Give it.
Not
Okay,
quite
yeah.
indoctrinating himself into the group. He's still he's outside of it right now, but he's observing.
Give it. Give it to me.
All right. So that happens, and we can sort of fade into the next scene.
Yep.
Is there anything anybody needs to do right away? Wants to get said, done? You want to go grab lunch with the new guy?
Oh, maybe I don't. I
Is
mean,
that the end? Does that end of the day? Like, what happens? What time is this about?
It was afternoon, so it could be the end of the day. You guys, there's actually nobody else in the office. Like Bento had told everybody they could go home, and he had called you guys in for a special meeting, and he had scheduled apparently a meeting with Blanche. So today was a special strategic day for him.
Okay, so whatever Nash does after the heavy bag, will determine what Reggie does.
fuck, I don't know.
Like after you're done.
Yeah.
Oh, great. Okay. What's next? Bench press, leg press.
I want to get. We got to get out of here. We got to go somewhere. Pick
What do you
something.
need?
I don't care.
Do you need me? What do you need?
I don't. Let's get some food. I guess.
Food. And Reggie turns to Deck. Deck, food. Do you
Deck,
eat?
you're instantly pulling up a menu of the closest places in town. You know what style of food.
Do you eat?
And he looks and he's like,
You have to look.
I
You have
don't-
to check if
like-
you eat.
I don't mind Thai.
Thai. Nash Thai?
I don't fucking care.
Nash doesn't care. Thai it is.
Deck mentions a place that's just like 1 mile away that you guys didn't even know was there.
What the fuck? Did he flick it? Did he flick it?
Apparently, he's doing shit like that all the time.
Oh yeah.
Oh my god. This PDA. You're like in my PDA. And you're okay with that?
I don't even fucking care right now.
All
No,
right,
it's
so
fine.
we take you guys out, and you can go jam. I don't think narratively there's anything for me to do at this moment, because both Scylla and Bento are basically waiting your decision. And we got this new guy who you can bond with, and that's cool. And I want to let you guys do that as much as you want. And anything else you want to get said between you guys, I want to give you space to do that. But there is no mission, and there is no strategic goal right now. There's just you making this decision.
Right. So I mean, I don't. you guys want to do the whole RP thing like at the restaurant? Because like obviously Dex never. It's like, what the fuck is this bullshit? Right? This is where they put the guy with the crazy eyes and the other guy who doesn't want to like do his job.
Well, how about this? What's Deck thinking about this right now? Because we could either RP the Thai restaurant, or we can RP when Reggie says, "Let's go back to my place." I don't know how the Thai restaurant goes. So what's going on with Deck? That's what I want.
It depends on what he is. Very passive. He's reactionary.
Okay.
So he's not one to initiate a conversation or a topic.
All right.
So he will kind of, especially in this situation where he is not in the group. He's an outlier at this point. So he will, when spoken to, will give his opinion, but
so let's do
not,
a quick thing. This is at the Thai restaurant, okay?
Mhm.
Because he's a brand new hiree. So basically,
Yes.
if he gets sent out, then he goes. He just gets sent out. I mean, that's like, he's a brand new hiree. He doesn't have any say in this.
So we're at the Thai restaurant. We're removed from everything. I would imagine unless John, that anything is different, I imagine like Nash is kind of silent, maybe.
Yeah. So
first?
Deck is silent because he doesn't want to say anything, and Nash is being petulant and being silent in his own angry sort of way.
Yeah. So Reggie's just looking back.
And Reggie's talking way too much and flirting with the waitress.
Oh God! What is the waitress, Little Kim? All right, never mind. I don't know how to flirt. I'm stupid. So Reggie just called. Oh, this is great. I mean, Thai food. So Deck, do you like what you've ordered?
Really? We're gonna roleplay that?
Wait.
Okay.
Do you like what you've ordered?
Yes, it is.
That's great. Hey, listen real quickly to a couple of things I want to say. Okay? And Reggie sort of like scoots his chair closer to Deck, and he gets like, I want to make eye contact. I want to make like real eye contact with you. Okay?
Yeah.
All right. Hey.
So I'll say real quick, when you get really up close to him, he barely has an iris. It's like all just kind of one color, almost, like when it's like cataracts, like how it goes.
Oh God.
It's almost like that, where like the iris itself is just barely darker than the rest of the blue of his eye.
Iris, to have a conversation with you.
Oh, that was horrible. I'm
That's
gonna
fine.
hang up now.
I mean,
I'm gonna leave studio.
We
Bye,
will
guys.
back. Hey,
I forgot about the horrible jokes. I'm gonna leave now.
welcome back. So, I wanted to listen. I don't know what we're gonna do, but like you're in this team because you accepted this position. Yeah. I don't know what parameters you decided were acceptable, because I can tell you're very analytical with some of these decisions, and I have no idea what parameters that you decided were acceptable to accept this. But we're about to go into what usually happens when we get into something that's morally pervasive, that could be wrong or right. I don't know where it's morally pervasive as this is about to be. And I need to know where you're at right now as you eat this Thai food that you've ordered.
And you see, he kind of almost speaks a couple of times. And then finally, I sought out this job because I have heard about the two of you. I wished to get hired by Dark Matter so that I could work with you, not for Dark Matter. I will be honest, the mission that Mr. Hijayar just told us about was not exactly what I thought that we would be doing. If it is the mission, then I will do it. However, if the mission does not include you two, then my goal is not met.
What I'm hearing is that your participation is contingent upon Nash and possibly myself's participation.
That would be, as you said, part of the parameters.
All right. Nash. What's
Yeah.
I feel like that's a trustworthy statement. What's going on? Tell me things.
I mean, you know what happened, Reg. This is like, it's like that mission all over again. I mean, that was a squad, a small group. They want $100 billions of dollars in blood money, is what it is. They want us to go over. They want us to help one faction wipe out the other faction so X Investments can rip all the titanium from their planet and leave them with nothing. At least I know this time that that's what the mission is. But I don't know if I can do that in good conscience. I mean, after everything that happened with X Investments the last time, and going back to Dreer against our better judgment, you said that you trust Bento, and he's had our back, but has he had our back the whole time?
I don't think someone in his position I ever expect to have our back all the time. But I think that sort of comes with what we do. And I've sort of accepted that since I've been like extricated from certain organizations. I've got this weird feeling about Deck and his sort of like penchant for like connecting to things that quite frankly don't make sense to me. But he pulled the titanium bit like right out of thin air. And I'm sort of with you, with what you're saying. This feels god awful against, you know, when I got kicked out, when I was sort of like discharged, it was over something as petty as not following an order that was just wrong. So asking a group of people to go into a situation and fight for an ideal that they don't even fully understand is just god awful. And I feel like that's reserved for people who've been brainwashed or sort of who've been bought in because of any sort of stake they have in it. As if the slug lobsters have a stake in this fight. So who are we? Who is Dark Matter? Who is X Investments? But just paid mercenaries. Are we just paid mercenaries?
Yeah. Essentially, that's what it comes down to. Because X Investments is, if they're going to pay Dark Matter $100 billion, how much money is X Investments going to make?
More than that. But also,
a lot more than that.
What would they pay someone? They're going to find someone else to do it. This is the crux of like my credo. Hey, Dick, if you were presented with a situation where you were asked to,
by the way, at this moment, you notice that Deck is staring off into space and doing that thing with his his fingers.
Oh God, he's doing it.
You hear him kind of like He's not saying words, but he's kind of just going
He's using
murmuring with his mouth closed.
So Reggie, when he goes, "Hey, Deck," and he sees they go, he waits. He goes, "Oh, this is." He turns to Nash. He goes, "Okay, we're gonna have to learn to like wait till he's done with this." And Reggie waits till he's done with this.
And so he actually tells DM to instruct Harmon to do something, and like he then will shift real quick over to Reggie. Be like, yeah.
Are you here? Are we? Yeah.
Yeah.
So I like this so much, by the way. Anyway, so if you were faced with a situation where we were asked to do something and Nash agreed to do it and we went in whole hog, because that's what we do, because we're a team, and then all of a sudden it appears that we're doing the wrong thing. And I think that it's kind of the wrong thing as it appears.
You mean as in we're not doing what the mission parameters were?
How about no? How about the mission parameters provide we do something that's morally bad or ambiguous to the extent that we shouldn't have been exerting our influence upon it in the first place? Does that make sense?
You see his eyes flick up and he starts pulling up searches on like morals and virtue and and all that, and he's like,
more Kent.
Yeah.
Because if Nash decides in a moment that all of a sudden what we've been asked to do is wrong, I'm on Nash's side. And we're going to do what we can to right that wrong. Where would you land in a situation such as that?
As the team leader, if he decides to change the goal of the mission, then I will go along with him.
I think when you say that, Nash reaches out and puts the hands on your shoulder and just gives you a squeeze.
Gives Reggie a squeeze?
Reggie, yeah. When you say that before Deck replies.
So when you do that, Reggie would just kind of like put his hand on your hand and squeeze you back, but he wouldn't be breaking eye contact with Deck.
Deck has now broken eye contact with you.
Okay, where
which happens a lot.
Where are you looking right now?
He's all over. He's like,
I need the eye contact.
He's
Deck,
up and then he's like back on you for a brief moment.
Deck, you don't have any video, but you do have a log that shows records of the transactions been talking about.
Okay. Yep. So you all of a sudden, like, you see him, he's like up and out, and then you see him almost like grab something and like virtually, but he actually like reaches out, grabs it into his hands, presses it, and like pinches it out, and then focuses right back up on you.
You're back here. Can I ask what you just did? It seems as though you've manipulated something in some way.
Yes, I'm just doing a little research.
Right. So, do you understand that a lot of the things that you do sort of appear as though you've got ulterior motives? How about this? As though you're receiving, as though
The look on his face, he just sits there.
as though you're receiving information that is sort of that you're processing independently of the current conversation that you're having?
Yes, because that is exactly what's happening.
So do you want to clue us in on some of the information that you're gathering?
If I feel that it is necessary to the conversation, then yes, I shall.
So how about this? You've got a superior officer that would probably benefit from the information that you are uniquely prepared to collect.
Yes.
Would you like to disclose that to our commanding officer at this time?
And he goes bloop bloop, and you hear bloop bloop on your PDAs.
Oh my god, bloop bloop. You did it! Hey Nash, he did the flicky thing. We've got PDA information.
I'll say
Yeah,
it sounds
Both
like
got new icons.
Yep.
You have mail.
it sounds like a coin. It sounds like a coin dropping in it, so it's like a ting.
Oh, I like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my god, money! Oh no. it's just putting information. It's not
Yep.
any money.
Okay,
And you have
so-
a little it looks almost like a scroll case now on your PDA.
Oh my god, it's a scroll. It's a oh, never mind. I was gonna go into a whole Elder Scroll thing, but I'm just pulling back now.
All right. Well, actually, he does tend to work with like medieval themes, and his AI is called Dungeon Master. So it actually does look like a scroll. He just uses his like same icons that he loves. He uses them over and over again. It does look like a scroll. When it opens up, it's kind of in like a font that looks a little bit like Old English, but it's like not that hard to read. What you're looking at is it looks like a registry, a log of computer connections made from an address that definitely Nash recognizes as Somnambula headquarters. And these connections are bringing in data from different other addresses. One of them is Reggie's apartment. Another one is the institute where Chip is hospitalized.
Reggie's speechless for the first time in a couple of hours.
So Nash doesn't open it right away because Scylla's thing is still on the phone.
He doesn't want to look because there's the notification there.
Yeah. So like Reggie looks at it and sort of like puts his head in his hand like nobody can see. And then, Nash just kind of like reaches over and like, flicks it, swipes away Scylla's thing. It's like, what am I? Wait a minute. Is this Somnambula? I'm assuming there's a keyword head or something in there.
Yeah.
These are logs of dream decks contacting Somnambula from outside. One of the addresses is Reggie's.
And so like he's scrolling through and he sees Chips, and like they kind of knew that from last time that they were sort of involved and that they were paying for Chips thing, and he's kind of makes him feel bad. He's like, scrolls up a little bit more and he sees Reggie's thing, and he just like he puts the phone down. It's Reg.
If I said to you that I didn't wholly expect the dabbling in this bullshit.
I mean, it's a whole other. When you get home, smash it.
Well, I've already smashed it. But it wasn't necessarily because Somnambula was involved. I think subconsciously, that's obvious that Somnambula has their fucking fingers on everything. But for that technology, listen, I have no excuses for it, only that we're in the rare position to be able to strike back at them if we wanted to.
I mean, are we? We tried that already.
I have gathered information that the Somnambula is very interested in you, Mr. Carlisle, and stops himself. Reggie.
That's fine.
And they have been keeping tabs on you for several months now. And their surveillance, I believe, goes far beyond just the dream deck.
Yeah.
It is.
So listen, this is probably too much. This is probably too big of an ask. But what sort of access do you have to what they have?
I have, at the time until they notice, access to their data storage systems. Just the code at this moment, but that's enough.
So by code, what do you mean?
Well, their system is big and complex and has independent layers of security in different places. So he hasn't made it to any actual dream data. He's looking at call logs.
Okay. Well, is it reasonable to assume that Somnambula has access to all the things?
Oh yeah.
Okay, all right.
When we would also know, like, this is not, it's upsetting that you and Chip have information in there, but the dream decks are meant to record and send to Somnambula. So, like, it's not like, I can't
Actually, they're
believe
not
doing this.
Well, okay. Well,
that
let
is
me
the
just-
fact that they transmit to Somnambula is not it's a feature. It's not advertised as a feature.
right.
Well, maybe
It's
that's
like
something
deep,
that we know.
It's like
then.
deep in the EULA. Like,
Yeah.
But I think we know that, though, right? I mean,
Yeah.
that's something that we understand from having this whole situation with Susie.
Well,
So-
to be honest, you still don't know if every single dream deck
okay.
does that, or if you got special ones.
All right, Nash.
Okay.
Nash,
Yeah.
I think you know how I feel about Somnambula. Probably from the articles that I wrote in that PowerPoint.
Did you publish those?
Oh, of course I did. They had no answers for me. Anyway, so
It was like New Vistas magazine or something like that.
New Vistas has long since been decommissioned, but that's not here, neither here nor there. I think you know that anything that I do regarding Somnambula has always been sort of like distrusting. They're at the center of something that has to do with all of this. I'm certain of it. And it was only a matter of time before they sort of tapped into what I was sort of experimenting with. Not that I'm any sort of genius, but there are plenty of people who were trying to access the same sort of like cow as I've been trying to fuck around with. And probably more mentally competent. But anyway, well, a lot of this is because of what happened that day when we tried to break in. I'm going to be honest with you. I'm not done with that.
I mean, I'm sure that's what put you on their radar.
So, in a way, maybe.
It's your fault.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right, but like this all happened after. So, no. Anyway, so in a way, I haven't let that go. And maybe, I mean, I feel like I've been forthcoming about the fact that I think that they're shit. But, you know, I mean, you found the dream decks. I'm a piece of shit. I've always been a piece of shit.
No, get out of here.
No, I'm in
Fuck
here.
that, Reggie.
But I feel like with this situation with Dick, I should point this way. With Dick, there's an extraordinary opportunity to exploit what they may think I'm doing, or they may think he has access to. Is there anything? Is there anything?
There's a part of me that hasn't let that go yet either, Reg. For different reasons.
But to the point to pursue it at this point when it seems as though we're at a breaking point with dark matter. We're being asked, listen, you know I'm with you till the end. You know I'm with you. All right?
I know.
I'll do whatever. but they're asking us to do the things that we left the service for in the first place.
I know it.
It might not be the last that I say about it, but when he opened his mouth and talked about ex-investments, when Decklan, our newest team member, it showed us this. This is why I was discharged for refusing to do these things.
Note. Discharge? Question mark.
They don't want people who think like this. And now Dark Matter is engaging in these scenarios.
You think he would know better?
I don't think he would know better. Who, Bento?
Yeah, I think Bento would know better.
I don't think that. I'm fine with Bento. I'm willing to work with him. But at this point, we're being asked to do things that we left the service for. So at what point do we decide, or at least confront Bento about the fact that he has just forsaken any sort of like previous understanding or approach to what the day tripping is, I guess, should be? I don't know. I mean,
now,
I still don't know
what he's asking you to do is actually pretty much the same stuff that the on the ground division does.
Of Dark
It's
Matter.
just yeah.
Yeah.
It's just
We're the
he
consultants
wants you
in
to do it
Vietnam.
on other planets, right? So it is the day tripping division which is not performing the way that the actual company is known for performing.
Right.
At some point, there's a reckoning with the fact that we're involved in an organization that does the things, but that we're not in a division of that organization that particularly does the things, but now we appear to be doing those things.
I mean, I get it. I get it. I don't know where this. We talked once before about maybe leaving, and I tell you, Scylla would be more than happy to have us on her team full time.
So listen, when I was in the room,
I know how you feel about it. I get it.
Yeah, that's fine. But like, I would do it, and I just told Bento that I would do it. You know, like I did. Christ. So I don't know, man.
You see Deck shudder real quick and flip his hand down because he just did a search of Jack Nash and Scylla Sardassian, and one of the videos popped up, and he quickly closed it down.
It's full frontal on Nash.
Slammed at the table and everything. Sort of like, what the hell? What was that?
I mean, we're at a crossroads now, Reg. I mean, look, Deck. I'm not trying to cut you out of the conversation. Half time, I don't even.
I feel like fucking here. He gave us this.
No, I get it. I get it. But we've got some deep history with some of the shit, and this is what you wanted, and you're seeing it as this is the real shit. Look,
what is it that they say to see the sausage made, so to speak?
Yeah, well, you're on the floor.
Sausage. No.
Mm-hmm.
How about sausage? I mean, there's a lot of sausage. I mean,
look, look. This is tangential to our current situation, and I understand that. But with this information that you just gave us about Somnambula, can you get the dream data for Reggie? And I need you to find someone else's.
So when you get the dream data for me, maybe just can you is this something you could? Maybe you don't want to see it. I mean, get it, but maybe you don't want to see it.
That's going to be a tall order with many steps in it.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I get it.
And I'm also assuming that's not if it's with proprietary data like that. That's probably on servers that are not necessarily attached to the system.
It sounds like we'll have to get you close.
Like I'm thinking that's going to be something
systems that
super hard to get
that
access
run
to from
their own proprietary code, not some language that you've been exposed to before.
Right? Yeah. So the that is not information that I could get right away. That is not something that they want people to have. So
this is the sort of information.
I am not saying that it's impossible. I am saying that it's not easy.
Yeah, I think that we could all assume that the actual dream data is even kept secure from most employees of someone.
Oh yeah.
Oh, I'm sure. Yeah.
So,
I mean, we saw the security of the place that we stormed. You know, like it was. We were there like the whole fucking time.
Yep.
Yeah, but it's a whole lot. It's a whole lot more secure than getting access to their call logs.
Oh, for sure.
It's in a server room that a few people have access to, and only those people and a few of those people are even have knowledge of the coding that they use. So,
that's likely.
Nash knows it's a tall order, but like this has got him on a whole other track now.
Yeah, at the very least, if you got me access to the servers and I was able to pull the data, at the very least, it is something that I could study and possibly crack.
Meaning,
so as I said, it is not
inside the building.
Yeah, it is not impossible, but not easy.
You have like one of those R2-D2 like, you know, thingies that stick out and Star Wars.
No, he has his tools are little virtual bots that roam the network looking for ways to exploit connections in the network. But you know, some networks are really secure and others are not.
Like an inner space thing? Are you inside of me right now?
You are not digital.
That I know of.
And then you get a coin drop. You get the bloom, and your PDA has a message on it that says, "But this is."
Oh shit! You know what buttons to push.
Nice. We've reached the final scene. Like maybe the decision
I think so.
doesn't get made.
I don't think it gets made tonight. I think like this kind of goes around and around for probably a few hours, where they kind of like.
Yeah, this is probably a long night.
Yeah. I think so.
Oh my god!
All right, cool. So we're gonna wrap it there.
I feel like I mean we're not going to get to another beat unless either suddenly a bullet charges into the tavern.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, because I think I like as a player I need the next month to figure out whether or not. All right, let's do this post show. Cool. All right, so we're wrapped up. So. I want to thank everybody for checking this out. We have our sponsor, Birds of a Feather Coffee. We have the Legendary Brew. It's a nice medium roast. Birds is a small batch craft coffee roaster, which means the coffee is roasted to order. It's not sitting around somewhere. Neil gets really good beans. He gets really fine beans for that. They also have a couple of single origin roasts, and he has the Night Owl blend, the Hummingbird, and the Morning Lark. So one of those is dark roast, light roast, and a decaf. If you use code LEGENDS10, you're going to get 10% off your order, and shipping is always free. So we hope that you'll check that out. The coffee is really good. And I'll just say that because Neil's roasting it. I order it, I drink it. It's coffee I have in my house. So it's take that for what it's worth, I guess.
And he sent me a bag of it, and it is really good.
Yep. A couple of these guys have probably gotten it. I think Jesse got a bag too.
Oh yeah, I've had quite a few bags.
So we hope you'll check that out. We hope you enjoy the show. If you do, please ratings and reviews on iTunes or whatever your podcatcher of choice is super helpful. It bumps us up in the algorithms. If you're playing DayTrippers on your own, please let us know. Shoot us an email. Shoot Todd an email.
Yeah.
We'd love to know how those games are going.
I would love to hear from other DayTrippers players of the weird shit that you guys come up with. Yeah, let's hear it.
Definitely. For those of you who are watching this in relatively short order, second quarter of this year, we're going to be doing a giveaway with DayTrippers swag. We're going to have players' books and GM's guides. We're going to have that stuff coming. First quarter, we have a giveaway with the guys over at Deep Dark Designs for their latest Kickstarter stuff. It's Thunder of the Thorn. So we're going to have that stuff going. So we'll keep you up to date on all that. There's links maybe I'll throw a link back in the show note for the drive-through. The player's guide is what, $5 digital?
It is.
So not a big, a steep money curve to get in. You don't have to buy 1 million books. You get the GM's guide
for one of the best fucking RPG systems out there. Just period.
Hell yeah.
Super tons of fun. So please do all the things. Thanks for watching, and we'll catch you next time.
Peace.
Goodbye. Can I pee before the Patreon content? I have so much pee.
Go ahead and pee.
A wave, if one might.
You're right. Exactly.
Yeah, I'm going to leave pretty quick, too, because I got dinner waiting for me.
Yeah, I know. I'm sorry. We're running kind of late. So I'm like me as a player, I'm going to need the month to kind of figure out, and maybe in conversation with you guys to figure out if Nash would be able to do that given the history. And if he does choose to do it, does that drive him back to the bottle then? Because if it's a decision that's made, it's made very uneasily. And I can't imagine that it has very good repercussions.
Mm-hmm.
Between that and Scylla and now the Somnambula thing, it's like Nash's world is just crumbling again.
Well, Jesse has been pushing you guys to jump shark on dark matter forever.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, it's a good get, like podcast wise, like season wise, like story wise, like it's a good avenue to drive missions, which is episodes and like that kind of stuff. Like it's because we get our RP stuff in between and on mission and stuff. So like I feel like it's a good format, which that's not driving my decision to choose or not choose. But
I think that starting your own DayTripper company would also do the same thing.
Yeah, no, for sure.
Yeah.
And we could probably afford it.
Oh yeah.
And Bento didn't tell us what we were getting paid. And then I wonder if maybe Nash would with some input from the other guys, say, all right, well, let's do it. Cash out, buy our own ship, and then fucking bail,
If you could physically and or mentally survive the next who knows how long.
Well, he said it was a 6-month contract, right? So whether or not we're stationed for 6 months, that's to me, that would be my takeaway. Like, Nash's mindset as a military guy, we're stationed for 6 months.
Yeah,
right.
Well,
that is what it sounds like.
With the military, how many times have people been deployed and post up, and they're like, but we're kind of.
Well, as contractors, though, it's a little bit different.
The heat of the shit right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not that they can
It's
force
like,
you to
hey,
re
actually,
up.
I need you guys for 3 more months. And so Bento was like, yeah, you guys are there.
I mean, that wouldn't work with these characters because they'd just be like, yeah, no, fuck you, we're not doing this anymore.
It's how the contract could go. I'm not sure, like...
Well, if you get screwed in the contract because you didn't read the fine print or whatever, then yeah. But otherwise, it's not like they're not holding some promotion or reward or something over your head or threatening that you'll have a bad discharge. Right? There's all they can do is fire you, and you can always quit because it's a
yeah. Oh yeah. I'm just saying, like from Bento's point of view, like they offered 100 mil for this job.
Yeah,
100
for 6
billion.
months.
100 billion.
100 billion, yeah. If they're 100 billion for the 6 months, and then they're like, we'll give you 60 billion for an additional 3 months.
Right.
He's going to
We're
take it.
not making
Bento's
that. That's
going to
the
want to say
company.
yes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he's going to take it.
Yeah.
And at that point, that's you guys are not, even if you say no and you quit, how are you getting off that planet?
Well, I mean, that's all until like we don't even know how we're getting there, right? I mean, they
Right.
can't hold us there.
Yeah.
They
Because
cannot.
that wouldn't
They
go
can.
well.
They cannot give you access to a ride back.
That would be
Well,
really
we have to
mean.
agree to go first. Like that's
Yeah, well, yeah, we haven't. That's the decision to be made.
I feel like that's the first decision because Reggie doesn't like it.
Yeah, well, that's what I was saying while you were gone.
Yeah,
He'll go
yeah,
with
John.
what
Yeah,
happens.
John was talking about like if in terms of doing the 6 months and then using that money as a startup.
Oh, I mean,
But
Yeah,
I'm
their
saying
own
like
thing.
I'm saying you might it might not be 6 months and you might not even make the 6 months.
well, the slug crabs are sentient and or intelligent because they've clearly adapted the human penchants to just fight each other for no reason. So, like, maybe they can help out.
I mean, I don't know that they day trip, but yeah, I mean, those are all future questions, I guess.
Yeah.
I like the interactions with Deck. Because it wasn't like, hey, you're just part of the party, buddy. How's it going? Let's do the thing.
Like
Like
it was like an
like
exploitative approach to some of it, but it was all like happy and fun. Like it wasn't,
well, it's like a trial by fire, which is an interesting way to introduce a new character, which like I think is probably not super typical.
Loved it.
And like before that meeting, Nash was like, well, I'm gonna have to tell Bento to change like the fucking security matrix because like this guy's tapping into your phone and shit. Because like he's ostensibly the company guy, but now he's like,
Yeah, right. Exactly. Yeah.
Like you were like, can you tap more into his phone now?
I know, right?
Yeah. Yeah. No, Nash is going back to a dark place again.
Wow.
Shit. Reggie will have to try to see that. And shit. Yeah.
I mean,
that's
it's quite obvious. We'll see how dark. I don't know. I
Fuck, what there was something that was supposed to happen that didn't happen. Maybe not supposed to happen, but like an ancillary thing. And what the fuck?
your thing?
Yeah.
Oh, I was wondering if you were gonna whip that out.
I didn't know
Yeah,
if you guys had finalized what you were.
Listen, it's done, but it has to be like the right. And now it's like, now what do we do now? And I kind of want to.
It
Occurred to me, and I'm like, oh my god, it's 11:50. It's not happening tonight.
Yeah.
Well, 11:50 for me. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I think like in the
I felt
group
you could have whipped it out, but then you would have been kind of seizing the narrative.
Yes. Yeah, exactly. And I wanted to keep it where it was because I was like in to where it was. Oh God.
we could do that next time. I could see you coming to the house.
It's very modular.
in in what it is. Yeah, it can basically fit. Actually, yeah. I mean, depending on how we land with this, like in the Thai restaurant, I feel like we pick up in the Thai restaurant.
I think we probably jump from there, but I wonder whether or not you come home with me.
Bow chicka bow wow.
Based on like Nash's demeanor. Like if you trust him to be at home.
Oh,
I sort
maybe Scylla wants a threesome.
No. Reggie chips. No.
actually, Scylla's giving him some space right now.
Yeah. And she doesn't live with. I mean, we don't live together.
Okay,
like, it's more of a.
I like that. Reggie doesn't want you going home alone, so he goes with you, and then. Well, I won't say anything more. But what's supposed to happen happens. That's it. That's all I'm saying.
Okay.
If that's agreeable, like maybe that's how it opens. Maybe Deck comes.
Ugh. Can we please stop? This is
nope. I'm just gonna let that be. That's what happens. Deck comes at the end of episode.
Just three men doing what comes natural.
Yeah. I think that's I don't Reggie doesn't let you go home just like alone, like just no. So that's maybe it's that weird, like maybe it'll be like this weird awkward, like, oh no, maybe this was supposed to be a little bit more, but hey, here we are, and then that's how it gets done.
Yeah. So what about for you, Jesse? Jumping back in with a new character, different, like a whole completely different character type.
I'm trying to not make him Kynoch.
I can see it a little bit.
Kynoch's he's my navigator character on Rogue Trader. And so he's kind of he's like an anti-establishment kind of cocky asshole.
Okay.
And so I'm trying to not make him that.
The voice is similar too.
I know. I kept going into it, and I'm trying not to.
There was something beautiful about Deck failing the Who role in a way that was like, because I think just from like preconceptions of talking about what Deck was, it was like, okay, he's gonna totally just. But then when you fail the Who role,
it totally changed things.
Changed everything.
It did in him. And him, I like the way you did it, Todd, of him not just shutting down the whom, but just disabling the whole system instead. It almost made it feel like an emergency lever.
Yeah.
At first he was like, I'm gonna show off to these guys. But then it was like, nope, just fucking shut it down. Just shut it down. Get it.
Right. I'm losing my cookies here.
Yep. Yeah.
I thought that was awesome. I don't like that you failed a role, but I like that narratively.
No, it was cool. Yeah, it injected like a moment of humility into this guy.
Yes, it was like, I'm going to show off. I'm going to do this thing. It was like, well, I can't. And then like Reggie has to do whatever I did. I tackled you and slapped you, but like, and like it was good. It was like, hey, you're in the big leagues, the bigger league. Right. Sort of, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I mean I'm having a slight issue because this is the first time I've ever done this, of taking a new character into an established campaign. And so like you guys have like established
especially
personalities
these
and
two
everything,
guys, they're really they're unusual characters, and together they form this unusual combo.
Right.
That has like flavor and a tenor to it.
Exactly. So I don't want to mess with that, because it's also a tough standpoint, because I'm a fan of Nash and Reggie. Like, I listen to the show, and so I'm a fan of that. And so I want to interject Deck in a way that won't disrupt everything. But it's also trying to I have to get out of my head because I'm trying to create a personality and a character when you guys have already been playing these two characters for like 2.5 years.
Well, I think it's kind of fitting, and it works pretty well that you're the dude with the augmented shit, and that your mind is like this, because that gives you a moment, like diegetically, it gives you a reason why you, Jesse, have to sort of like process everything twice.
Mm-hmm.
And then when you speak, because it take you a little longer to process everything you're hearing, because you have to flip it in your head, right?
Yeah.
Because you're not, you know who they are. You're trying to inject yourself, but you don't want to be a dweeb about it. And you're thinking on one level, while Deck, what's going on in Deck's head is that he's scanning additional information, and that's explaining why it takes him longer to process everything. So both you and your character have to work through this extra step.
Right.
Which shows in the way that you perform it. It's pretty cool.
I was very much into that dynamic. Like, that was very well done by both of you. Shit, that was.
And I think you should keep that up. It's an interesting character flaw, and it gives you an extra second to think about whatever you're going to say.
And it kind of like, if we sort of ignore you, narratively, it's like you're processing the things. That's what we're ignoring you, but.
Well, yeah.
Deck is processing things as like we're having some impassioned conversation, and you're just like, "What the fuck does all this mean?"
Well, that's
like,
sort of
like,
right. And from time to time, me and Jesse would message each other on the side, and so there would be additional information. So while you guys are talking, the listener is getting this impassioned argument or whatever's going on. Meanwhile, me and Deck on the side are doing the and then when the lag comes in the first conversation, Deck gets to turn to you and dump a whole bunch of info.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's what happened at the restaurant.
Yeah.
So you guys were having a talk. I'm messaging Todd being like, "Hey, can I do this?" So when we were RPing the pause of like you turn to me and I like you turn to Deck and are talking and I pause, like Todd's I'm actually doing checks over here. So like I was actually doing so I was actually doing stuff over here.
That's awesome. Good.
So
that's really cool. And that's,
so yeah, I like that way right there. I think
which is
that
why I made
perfectly.
sure to tell you that he was gazing off into space and moving his fingers, because that's the tell.
Yeah.
He's doing something.
Yeah, so I'm gonna have to. That's another player note for me, is I'm going to have to remember to, because like it was you prompting me for this first session to do that was perfect. Mm-hmm. But I feel like as a player, I'm going to have to remember to do that. Because I don't want, that should not be your job to remind me, to remind the audience and remind us of that all the time. So
yeah, but it's not that big of a thing. I mean, you know, if I say I'm going to send you an email, I don't have to say I'm going to use my fingers on my keyboard to send you an email.
Right, yeah.
I'm glad I grabbed your hand at first then. That was an impulsive thing. I was like, stop his hands.
Yeah, that was a really interesting first response to a guy. Just stop that.
Okay, you're doing something.
Yeah, so I think that the restaurant was a good good interaction of that, like on camera, off camera, because we were still able to imply on camera that something was happening.
Yeah, I like it too, because from a narrative structuralist standpoint, it allows, half of the cast is doing something that's emotionally rewarding to listen to. And then as soon as that's over, the other half of the cast is to provide pertinent information.
Mm-hmm.
It's like a 1-2 punch that works really well.
Shit. Yes.
Killing it. I love it. It was great to sit back and see you guys doing your thing and watching Jesse making rolls, and then just like having all the other stuff. And it's like, I think there's going to be sort of that divide between Reggie and Nash and Deck for a little bit because of the relationship that they have to
Sure.
bring a new guy in under not only just bring a new guy in, like, okay, you're part of the team, it's whatever, but in such a tumultuous moment of things that are happening right now, just coming back from rescuing Scylla and then having all this shit dumped on, like maybe we're getting closed, or I don't know what's going on with our funding. Oh, guess what? We're going to be fucking Blackwater and like murder some bitches and like make shit tons of money. Like there's so many things that are just like happening right now. It's just Deck's kind of here.
And this is like the
moment.
worst
Right,
possible,
exactly, yeah.
the worst possible day to be your first day at work.
I was just about to say that.
Yeah.
Like
Oh,
I
by the
just
way,
get hired,
everything is
into
crazy.
this company, and then the people who I came to the company to work with, the day that I meet them, are like, we might not be here soon.
Yeah.
We gotta
Shit.
explore that too. Reggie wanted to definitely circle back to like, so what the fuck did that mean? What do you mean, like we were the ones? Like,
Yeah.
it's like because of that 2 year, or was it 2 year span of just nothing? It was like
Well, that was
service records
6
and
months.
That was
Yeah,
6 months. Yeah.
Sorry.
That was a
Yeah,
few
that's
months,
when we
yeah.
were doing the somnambula stuff and we kind of dropped off the grid. We had fake names and
You had fake names at that time. That's what was
Yeah,
going
yes,
on there.
that's right. Yes, what the something machine.
Brandon Nashim.
Yeah,
Yep.
that was John. I couldn't pronounce it.
That's what. And yeah, one
It was-
thing thing
Jack
that
was
piques.
Stefan Takash.
Yeah. Yeah, one thing that piques Deck's interest too is that because when Reggie talks about the article that he wrote,
Yes.
and yeah, so I'm actually like cross-referencing like Reggie and Somnambula and everything, and there's nothing.
Nothing. No.
So like there's something there.
I was a ghostwriter
Right.
for myself.
Yep.
Yeah.
That information is restricted. No, he wrote it under a false name.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yes.
And it'll be interesting to see what you think of the Susie stuff.
Oh God.
Yeah.
I mean, if you can, because I assume when he gives you the name, then you cross-reference all of that, prior to trying to like break into the somnambula shit.
Oh yeah.
I love
And I'm
that.
assuming like city system information will pop up because you guys owned stuff together, you lived together.
I don't think
So-
she ever lived there. She would come by. It's kind of like the situation he's in now.
Yeah,
Well,
they had two
you
separate.
Yeah,
two
they-
different
she was going-
places.
True.
Like,
Yeah.
Her college stuff would be there. Now she's working for Somnambula, so all that stuff would come up.
But
Yeah.
if she was working for Somnambula, does this stand the reason that'd be something that he could pick up on? That like, oh, this was her boyfriend. You
I
know,
mean,
like-
yeah, like a year and a half ago, like their Gooface profiles were in a relationship.
No.
Yeah.
So
Not only that,
Yeah,
because no, that'd be medical stuff. I was gonna say, I wonder whether or not he's able to find the
I mean,
records about the abortion
Ooh.
or not. But that would
Given-
should
but a lot
be
of
hard
that
to
stuff
find.
is
given
Yeah,
time.
that stuff is in other systems that
Right.
you don't necessarily have a clue to the fact that they even exist.
Oh yeah,
yeah,
exactly.
yeah. Well, I'm just thinking cross references, but that's all HIPAA
Yeah.
protected.
No,
and all
but
that kind of shit.
making like a publicly supportable empirical connection between Susie and Jack is probably not possible.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, so maybe he doesn't have any kind of, it's just, oh, well, why does he want this person kind of thing?
Well, you never did say her name. I wasn't exactly
well-
sure who you
Oh,
were
not
talking
yet,
about.
It was like it would have come out over the course of the night.
Jesse understood Susie.
Yeah.
That
It
was
was
it.
it was Susie. Yeah, for sure, 100%.
Mm-hmm.
Because then we kind of like got off over here on the conversation, but yeah, he would have told them who it was. That actually would have been a
next
good
time.
end spot right there, right?
I'm happy. We
I
did
think
that.
I think the way that you ended it of like and someone else.
Yeah,
I think
I'm
that
happy
was good.
we went. Yeah, it was,
Any true listener knows exactly who you're talking about.
For sure. Cool.
All right, you guys. I'm out of here.
Take it easy, Todd. Thank you so
Thanks,
much.
Todd.
All right, thank you, Todd.
Go time for GM boy. We'll see.
Go enjoy your dinner. Later. All right, cool. Yeah, that was a ton of fun.
Oh my god, that was good.
I can't wait till you meet the rest of my team. I don't. So I don't. So the story behind Deck's naming is that he broke. So when he was a kid, there was a virtual library across the street from him, and one of the first things he did was hack the library.
Of course.
Ooh, nice.
And so he found a series of books that he ended up falling in love with. And so he named all of his weak bots, all of the weak AI bots after them. And then that's why he also named his AGI the Dungeon Master.
Oh no.
And so so he has 6 bots, and they are Tarek, Harmon, Rusk, Shy, Faltu, and Rodash.
Oh, you son of a bitch.
What's that? What is that from?
Those are the original characters from my first podcast.
Oh, that's awesome. Okay.
From the Dragon Fisters, yeah.
Yeah.
That's even better than Pac-Man. That's better.
That's very cool.
Well done.
I like that.
There's like a cross pollination there.
Yep. Yeah, because I met Jesse when I was on the Nerdbound podcast, and he had the Dragon Fisters. And when the Nerdbound went under, I wound up joining the Dragon Fisters. So I was on a couple of years, right? 2-3 years.
Yeah,
2 years.
I think 3 maybe. It was a while. Yeah.
Is Dragon Fisters still happening, right?
No, that ended a couple of years ago.
Okay.
The group fell apart. A lot of people moved away, but now Jesse's doing Monster Hunt, and now I'm on Monster Hunt too.
Oh, that's awesome. Cool.
Yeah. So there's all sorts of cross pollination back and forth.
So what it's all about, cross pollination.
Yep. And Neil was the original GM for Nerdbound, and now he's running games for us over here.
Nice.
And Nerdbound is the reason I started Dragon Fisters to begin with.
Cool.
I started listening. I started listening to Nerdbound, and I was like, "Well, if these motherfuckers can make a podcast, anybody can make a podcast."
And that's the thing, right? Anybody can.
Yep. And Kevin, the guy who plays Emis in our Rogue Trader game, was a listener of Nerdbound.
Yeah.
So when we started doing the actual plays, we started with Oscar doing Star Frontiers, and that kind of like kicked off the whole thing. I'm like, oh shit, we should like record this. We'll do like actual play part for the podcast, and then it all fell apart. And then I'd already committed, so I said to Neil, "Fuck, like I don't have any episodes. Can I rerun, the Nerdbound stuff that I'm in, stuff that's finished, one shots, mini campaigns, stuff like that?" And he was like, "Yeah, sure, whatever. I don't care." So I started running those. Kevin happened to have found it, like a billion podcasts on the internet. He found the original Nerdbound games that I was re-releasing. And he was like, "Hey, is this from Nerdbound?" And I'm like, yeah. Neil's doing so. Oh my God, I used to listen to the show. I'm like, well, fuck, you got to get on the game then. So now Kevin is on our podcast because he used to listen to Nerdbound 10 years ago.
Yeah.
Is he the one who ran that game that with the Cthulhu game?
Yes.
Yep. That's Kevin. Yep.
So Kevin ran the Cthulhu game. He's also in the Rogue Trader game.
And he's on Monster Hunt.
He's also on Monster Hunt.
That's awesome.
He's originally from Pittsburgh, and he's living over in the UK. And I'm from, outside of Philly.
So pissed off when I first started playing with him. Because when we had to adjust, when they were talking about somebody being in England, I was really hoping for an actual British person. And I was so pissed off.
No, we got some
when he just has this just flat East Coast
from
accent.
Pittsburgh who lives in over there.
Right. Yep. So upset.
That was fun. That Cthulhu game I remember very that was a good time.
Well, so we did the one with in Tibet. He ran another one for me and Danny and Neil, and it was set in Virginia. That one was a ton of fun too.
That was awesome.
So we're looking we were trying to get one in before the end of the year and it didn't happen. So we're going to see if we can maybe get in another session with those characters maybe this month. Although I haven't asked anybody yet, but pie in the sky.
John's dying.
But I mean, we can.
There you go. You're up again.
Some water.
Ugh.
We can bring those Tibet characters back too. I mean, Kevin's up to run stuff, so.
Oh my god, are you serious?
Of course I'm serious. What the fuck are you talking about?
I still have that character sheet somewhere. I found this fucking computer somewhere.
Awesome.
That was fun.
All right. Well, you guys should probably go to bed.
Yeah.
I know I have to go to bed. I gotta get up at 4:30.
Ugh.
Well, thank you. That was awesome. Oh my god, it couldn't
So
have been
much fun.
a character introduction. I feel like it was great.
Yes. It was not what we expected. It was not what we planned, but better.
Yeah, I think so.
I wish that my transition into the character was smoother, but
No, I thought it was great.
no.
You know,
I'm sure I'll
think
feel differently when I go back and listen to it.
Yeah.
Well, but I think the awkwardness belays the character, right? Like, I mean, that's kind of.
I guess that's part of the don't go in with a preconceived notion, because I didn't want him. I guess it worked though, because I didn't want him to be like awkward and nervous. I wanted him to kind of be a little cocky, and I don't.
Well, he certainly was in the
feel like
elevator.
you were, yeah.
Yeah,
But I think, like, and I don't mean awkward in a sense of like not what you're saying and being sort of confident and cocky.
yeah.
But in the awkwardness of
Todd
his.
said that. Asperger's was the perfect way. It was like it seems a little.
Once Todd said that, that's when I started changing my outlook on the character.
I think that's apt. That was.
Did any of you watch? What was the show? Was it Parenthood?
No, I've seen bits and pieces of it because it records after Modern Family or something. Or,
Yeah. So there was a kid on that show with Asperger's. And once Todd mentioned that, that's who I started thinking of, is that he's, socially awkward, kind of doesn't do eye contact, but at the same time, he is like, he knows that he's really good at stuff. He knows he's really smart. So he's a cocky kind of assholey kid who like can't really interact with other people. So
it's very good that role with the Whom was like,
it was so good.
I'm just glad I didn't have another character shit himself.
Oh my god.
That was good.
I've had three characters in Legends of Tabletop Games that have shit themselves, and I'm glad that Deck thus far is not one of them.
Well, who? Kane, and then I guess Chip, right?
Kane and Chip, and then Kynoch at one point as well. Maybe not.
That's right.
Yeah, I like super failed a psyche roll at one point. Not psyche, whatever it is. A willpower. Yeah. I like super failed a willpower check with him at one point.
People,
I think that was recently.
Shadow with the Demon Lord.
Yeah, well,
but that's.
I think you're not a. Yeah, I think there's a requirement in Shadow of the Demon Lord at least once a session for somebody to shit themselves.
Hateful defecation. Yeah.
Oh God, Jesus.
You started editing that again.
Nice.
I got 2 episodes. I'm just trying to find the right time to fucking really start releasing again.
Yeah. How many more episodes do you have of that?
I can't even tell you that. I've got
really.
Yeah.
Because I'm all caught up.
So
start releasing them at any time.
Yeah. No, I mean they're not done, but I've got. I thought I knew. Oh, there's like 5. I could do this like 5 sessions, which would be like 10 or 11 episodes. And then like I realized I looked over to the right and I'm like, oh, there's the external hard drive that I used on my old computer.
Oh.
And I plugged it in and I was like,
So it's probably a good year.
Holy shit.
Yeah, I don't know what the fuck to do.
Well, are you guys playing again yet or no?
Not yet, but we have begun. Danielle tricked me. She tricked me into being like, yeah, I'm gonna start editing. And then she took our text chat and she sent it to the other players. And it was like, and then she sent me like the text of her. It was a very manipulative and very Danielle thing to do. So it is happening again. I've got an episode and a half, an episode and 3/4 basically done. And I'm it feels very good to be doing it again. I hope I can keep it up, That's
cool. Yeah. Well, if you're gonna start releasing, I'll have to re-download and re-listen then. So
yeah,
I'll recall the story.
Yeah, I start listening to it again, and you know how you're your own best critic. I'm like, why the fuck?
Oh yeah.
This? Why are you like this? It's like,
no, your games are good. And,
and
the soundscaping is amazing. Like because you do like mood music. Like I haven't graduated to that level. Like I can't wrap my head around that.
I mean, I don't know. It's like I have a lot of audio from what the fuck was I using? I don't even fucking remember what I was using.
Battle Bards.
Yeah, Battle Bards. I got a lot of that audio because you pay to use the service, and I used it for a little while, so I was able to download a shitload of music. I don't know how any of this is right, but you're able to download it. I don't know. I don't understand Creative Commons, but apparently it's there's a certain Creative Common where it's well, if you pay to use a service that has the audio under that specific license, then you can download it and use it to your heart's content. And I do not understand that because I would like to, I use a lot of those fucking audio. I have 3 very specific transitional or mood music audio for each character. So,
nice.
I keep using them. I don't know. I don't get it. I don't understand.
Yeah, no, it's fun. You already paid for it.
Well, the people
Right.
are I don't want to fucking. I don't want to.
Well, that's why they get you for prescription as a subscription.
Yeah. Well, but
you're
I'm not paying that anymore. I've been done.
Oh,
with
but it doesn't
But
matter.
you
It's
paid
like you
for it.
you buy a CD, you only buy it once.
So does that?
Yeah.
So that's
Not like anybody actually buys CDs
CD
anymore.
And
I
then
do.
use a portion of one of those songs over and over and over and over again. That's where that's the era that I'm coming from. Where it was
you pay for it once and then you're able to use it.
You're essentially buying a license, I guess, for all intents and purposes
I guess
to use them.
Yeah.
I mean, you're a dick if you pay 1 month and then download 1 million tracks and then fucking cancel. You're an asshole.
No,
I mean, it's still legal.
It's still legal.
It's still legal.
But it's
I mean,
kind of
that's the
against
that's the thing about Creative Commons is that
because there's people who were like, "Oh, I made this song and I put it up on this," and it's so I can just download it. It's like, yeah, I don't.
I don't get a royalty on I don't know how the profit sharing works. If they get a royalty per download, if they get a flat.
Hold on, I got a link to it right fucking here, and I don't get it, and I fucking researched it because I was like, how am I able to fucking do this? It's freesound.org. And people, they have accounts and they just make music and they put it out there and it's use this.
Yeah.
You don't even have to fucking say you're using it. So I don't
that's open source right there.
Open source is probably the best.
I mean, think of it like open source software. People create programs not for profit, but so other people will use them. And it's the same exact thing with that music. These people are creating the music not so they can make money off of it, but so that people will be able to use it. It's a completely non-capitalist viewpoint. That does not mesh at all with with how our current society runs.
Well, but I get it. Capitalism is bad, but it's not really that bad.
Because, it's not.
Because I'm basically I'm not making any money off of Tales of Blood and Stone, and I never will because I mean I don't want to say never, but I'm not interested in that. What I'm saying is they're not getting anything. It's hard. That's a fucking talent. I want to pay for that.
I mean, those they make their money off of, and that's basically, think of it like this. This is probably their, that's their portfolio. Like when they go freelance work or get hired at a company or something like that, they can be like, hey, this is the music that I make. So they are making money. They're just not making money off of those songs.
Downloaded.
Yeah, they're not making money off of that stuff. They're making it kind of side hustle for them.
I've downloaded. People have audio on there of like doors.
Oh yeah,
opening and closing.
Yep,
and like fires, and it's like I could just probably light a fire. I could just record.
There's no need to do your own Foley work.
Things are
I do.
Different. Yeah, right.
I do Foley all the time. I should actually upload a bunch of my shit because I do it.
You should.
I'm just saying, like that's when SoundCloud is like, not SoundCloud, whatever I just said, freesound.org is like,
yeah.
I just type in like horses, or horse galloping, and there's a million people just put a recorder up to horse galloping. That's different. That's different. Like
that's what I do.
Yeah. Yeah,
not with horses necessarily, but
put up on freesound.org, like your unique take on how a door opens and closes. And I mean, I searched a lot of them to find ones that made sense to me for the one time I used it in episode 2. Like that's, it's like,
I used to separate them up into the actual podcast episodes. I have a folder for DayTrippers and a folder for Cypher System and all that kind of stuff. And then I just sort of group, like doing general grouping. So like I have doors, I have walking, I have running, I have ambient, I have crowd noises. I've got, computers, phones, animals.
I'm envious of that. Yeah, I don't have it that well organized. It's just
I got gigs worth of sounds.
Oh,
I don't do it at all. So yes.
and there's quite a few of them that I just do it on my own.
Eva theme and Torel theme. Those are the 3 important.
Nice.
All the rest are like it's like the same ones for each of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
That's it, John. Get on that. I want my own theme music. We need theme music.
Oh no!
It'll just be the scanner sound effect that I have for Rogue Trader. You'll have to shoot me an email about the plugin stuff for Audacity, because then I can do that with Todd's voice for the those times that he's going to interject. And I don't know if it'll be often or not, but
probably.
Hopefully. I think it's cool. Like if there's enough of a pause that he can interject and we're not kind of like talking over each other. I think that'd be really
plus,
cool.
I think it really works, especially the way that we ended up doing it, where I basically like information that he pulls up. If it's important enough, he's going to give it to you. And so rather than Todd like telling us something or sending me a message and then me reading it to you, like he can just fucking do it.
Yeah.
I've got 2 things. First, what the fuck are you swinging around, Jesse?
I don't know.
I don't know.
It's a little plastic something. It's like a plastic dowel.
I felt
it was on my desk.
And like I was like, should I be like floating? Number two.
No, I'm just spinning it. I'm spinning it in my fingers.
I always feel like, because I've tried to establish that Todd talking is the voice in Reggie's head.
You did that 2 episodes ago on the podcast.
Yeah,
and it was the most genius thing ever.
Well, since the very first time when Reggie started talking and it was him talking to the Therabot, it's in my mind Reggie talks to himself all the time. But I was like giddy at the concept of like there's a voice inside your head, but it's different. It's like a mechanical AI voice that says the same shit to you in a different way.
Right.
And the only thing in Nash's head is him telling himself how horrible he is.
Yeah. You're a fucking asshole.
I feel like Nash is like he's like in the middle of just like this chaos, being like, I'm just the center of the chaos. I the chaos. like in the middle of the cow. Which, by the way, in all honesty, Todd's not here. Every single fucking time he said cow, I thought COW. So when he said you're in the cow, I thought we were in a fucking cow. That's embarrassing for me to admit, but I wouldn't. I did not get that it was CHAO, and I am mortified.
What is this?
The universal cow. That's like it's like the multiverse in the Marvel sense.
Oh, okay,
Like,
But you say cow, and it's like cow is cow. Cow is COW, isn't it?
yeah.
Like CHOW is chow. So when I said like, oh, you're really feeling the chow, that's what I was saying. But like, he didn't know what I was saying because to him, the smarter one, it's cow. And fuck. He said a number of things. I wrote them down. Well, Reggie's a shitty scientist. I said that. What the fuck is it? Where is it? God damn it. Oh, mobile anemone.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Yes, but I have yes, but on absurd maneuvers. I can't. What's the other ones? Oh, I drew a face over these. Never mind. I drew a big old face. I'm not even fucking kidding. I'm a nightmare. Like I just drew a big old face over a bunch of the notes. But it's about the X investments and the Civil War and the fucking slug lobsters, the slobsters. And
Slobsters, I love it.
Nice.
Slobsters or slubsters? I don't know.
Slobsters.
I like slobsters.
Slobsters. I don't know what we're gonna do about that, boys. I feel like no. But I'll go. I mean, obviously I'll go. I gotta know what this is. But I feel like it's not happening.
I think that Nash, so like that's almost like that's what Nash and Reggie did, right?
Yeah.
Like, but Deck, like he's always worked small scale private security, like corporate security. And even then, like he's kind of new to field work too.
It's like Chip all over again.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he's not that incompetent.
With like the background.
Right. Chip was an actor.
Literal actor.
But no, yeah. So like he's used to like small team, like either security or espionage work. So like to hear about battalions and like thousands of soldiers, like
troops,
that is not what he signed up for. Like,
well, to be fair, Nash was a sergeant at the time of his dismissal or release, or however you want to look at it. So you're looking at squad size tactics, and Reggie being special forces, it would be the same. It'd be squad size. You're looking at 5 guys.
True,
special forces, maybe 6.
But you had to. I mean, but at least like you got like Reggie worked his way up. He wasn't special forces all that. Like you were in the military.
Yeah.
Nash
he was a helicopter pilot. Like he was the one dropping and picking up, and like there was a lot of that going on.
So there's combined maneuver stuff, right? But like in their individual, like Nash's individual thing, like I have my squad,
right?
And I'm responsible for these guys, and like I achieve this objective or whatever. But that's what I was saying to Jesse while you were away, was that as a player, I don't know that Nash would do the thing because of the history, because this is almost exactly what causes him his nightmares. But this time it's above board. It's not like, oh, we're going to go here and then mayhem breaks out and we're murdering guys because we want this resource. Yes. Now we know ahead of time, no, we're going to probably murder these people and steal their resources. So it's not a, but it's a direct, it's like a, dagger in the heart of like, hey, Bento,
it could be a revelatory moment for Nash, though. You could mentally correct history. His history was like this basically like something very similar to this mission went down and it went sideways. Now he has the chance to correct that by being given the same option with information ahead of time. It's like Prince of Persia or like Dark Souls, where you go into the thing again, but you have information about how it's going to what the outcome is, and so you can choose to veer off that path.
I don't know if like, so they're, you know, you go in with the battalion of guys, like Nash isn't like, oh, hey, you know what? We're not going to help either one of these guys. We're just going to like hang out here because it's
That's 1,000.
Well, no, but you can choose just not to join. Like,
well, I mean, that's the thing. Do we go or not go? I mean, that's the crux of the thing, right?
I think
mean,
That's what Reggie was asking their deck too. It's like, hey man, like you're on this team, but like this team might be done. Like,
right.
What do you?
Well done, a dark matter.
I get 2 sessions with deck, and I have to roll up a brand new character.
Well, because from deck, it was like he wanted to join the team because of Reggie, of Nash.
Right, exactly. Yeah.
So like, that was,
and
why
that's
Reggie
why I got from the very beginning of this, like before deck even came on, like with the 2 of you talking to Bento, I got the feeling that was a possibility. So that's why I wanted to, like, on a meta level, like, get a connection of deck to Nash and Reggie beyond dark matter.
Oh,
that makes sense.
Yeah, no, it makes total sense. I feel like we would have worked as a team to arrive at that too.
Yeah,
like, you know, we'll like, come on.
Make it more, make it more. I wanted to make it more natural in terms of a game, in terms of storytelling sense, other than like, well, you're the, like, as a player, like, we need to bring the character along with us.
Jesse, you made a character.
Exactly.
No. This was great. I thought it was great.
Well, see, I wonder then whether or not, if we decide to leave, whether or not that invitation is then extended to Tom and Duke and Lil Kim, because they're part of the family, right?
Yes.
So Nash is responsible to them.
It has to be, but will they? I guess that's up to
for sure
about whether or not they accept.
No, absolutely, 100%.
Yeah,
but I think he would feel that he would need to express that to them.
Oh yeah,
and try to bring them along, right? Because you're like a completely new guy, and if you're coming along, like, we wouldn't leave the people that we were working with for the last year and a half.
I don't think that Reggie would let you let little Kim go.
Yeah,
yeah. Well, whenever that comes to pass, that's whatever what Reggie would bring. Not little Kim up specifically, but like yeah.
Like, Little Kim, I mean the rest of them as well.
Yeah.
Little Kim as representative of the team. Yes.
I do wonder, because I don't know in my own headspace right now whether or not we and I think maybe you came in on the tail end of this. We do the, you know, Nash is like, all right, we do it with the understanding that we cash this out and we fucking bounce and do our own thing. Because it should be a pretty big payday if we're talking about $100 billion, and then taking the whole crew, buying our own ship, and
take a hell of a conversation. And I would love to see how it plays out, like with Tod playing the NPCs, because like that's I mean, like that sucks. I mean, Reggie would go along with it, but it's.
I think I was trying with you, John, out of the room. I think I was trying to almost play the Reggie. You can't. Oh, look at you, fancy. I was trying to play the Reggie part.
I didn't catch that.
Because just second guessing like their morals.
Oh, yeah, right.
Because they're a corporation, they don't have morals. Like that's not their.
No, it's like, hey, we're going in for Team A of Sluglops of Slopster.
Yeah.
What is that? No,
These are the ones that agreed to let us rape their planet when we were done.
they got us. They got to us first before Slobster B. You know,
Right. And also the whole, is the timeline that you're given ahead of time going to be the actual timeline and all that kind of stuff. So
I got the sense, not that I don't mean this in any way. It was like when Todd was presenting it, like I was like, you motherfucker, this is exactly.
Yeah. Oh, he knew exactly what he was doing.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, we had this conversation in character before. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, it was like we gave him all of the things, all of the information to use against us. It was
which is great that he does that.
Oh yeah, I was loving it. I was like, but yes.
Well, and I wonder if it's the better choice. On a real meta sense to sort of drive story, if we do the mission, because I think at the end of 6 months, Nash is a rock bottom alcoholic. Like I can't see it any other way, right? Like he could justify like, okay, we're gonna do it. We're gonna bite my tongue. It's for the greater good. We're gonna get out of here. We're gonna get the team out. We're gonna do the right thing in the long run, but it would just fucking grind his soul for the 6 months that they were there.
I'm wondering how it plays out, like in game. Like I'm wondering so if we're just running security and it's such a large scale, like I can't see doing like a mission by mission setup. Like I'm wondering how Todd runs it, of whether or not it's like a giant narrative arc or what.
I feel like just from playing, I think whatever is the decision, he already sort of has it. So
absolutely.
So if we decide to go with it, it's going to be like, well, okay, yeah, you're running security, but
something happens.
Yeah, here's some shit. Without looking, I think because we've done so many missions where shit like that has happened, I don't think it's a meta thing anymore. I think it's just Nash and Reggie like, yeah, security, sure. When we get there, though, we get it. It's have we had enough? I think is the actual question, or has Nash had enough? Really? Because I mean, honestly, if Nash says this, if you approach it that way, Nash says, "Hey, we do this payday and we're fucking done." Like Reggie's on board. Like he doesn't think, but especially if this turns into like a hey, Nash is just off the wagon, it's done. Reggie's probably going to just like remove you from this situation entirely because he's just.
Well, I just wonder if that's a better season story or a half season story or whatever it works out, depending on how he would run those missions, right? Because it's 6 months. Is that a better story? And then this is super meta, right? So like this isn't a character decision. This is like super meta. Yeah. Is that a better story than, you know what? I can't do it. And if you want to come, that's great. If you want to go, I can't blame you, but I can't be a part of it. And I'm going to commit myself to Scylla, which would be hard for him because he has a problem with commitment.
That's why I think it's good that we should decide tonight because I really feel like it. Like it was cool. Maybe it's prophetic that you started the player only chat because
it's hard because I feel in my heart of hearts that Nash wouldn't do it.
Mm-hmm.
Because it goes against everything that he is about.
Yeah. But if I were writing season 3 of DayTrippers, right, and we started the first episode the way we just did, I actually think narratively for the it makes more sense not to go. Only because of the information that was dropped at the very end of the session.
And
So if we're looking at it as a story arc, to drop that info, but then to go off world and do something completely different for 6 months, and then to come back and somehow try to get back into that would, I think, be kind of jarring. Whereas if you're trying to write more of a fluid story, so he's just been given some fucked up information that also does a callback to season 1, which is very nice little circuitous thing. And they've been given a logical out to now go pursue this personal matter. I think that, in terms of storytelling, makes a lot of sense.
There's a lot of excitement, at least in my brain, either way. But the idea of being like, well, we're just done with dark matter now. And then it's like, well, what the fuck do we do now? It's when we go off on our own, we're just like a date. Like not that we'd be dark matter, but like, we have this, it's not mercenary. What is it? Like for hire DayTrippers, and we decide,
mercenaries. Yeah.
I mean, in a different sense, I guess, right? Like,
yeah.
There's an unknown thing too with the Reggie and Nash that that's gotta.
Oh, yeah. I can't wait to see what the fuck that is.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what it is. I mean, I know what it is, but I don't know I don't know how magnanimous it's going to be. But it's sort of like along that. So I don't know. But yeah, I don't know. I think we need the time, so it's good.
Mm-hmm.
We should talk about it on the chat.
Yeah.
Yeah, I almost feel like the Susie and Somnambula thing, for all intents and purposes, was resolved.
But clearly,
Reggie doesn't.
I think that there's a whole new layer to it now.
Yeah, I mean, this changes things, but I think in Nash's mind, like, he's got the picture, and the catbot looks like Susie or whatever. But that happened like earlier to the in that cycle or whatever.
I would say prepare yourself for Susie to come back into the picture right when the decision is ripe with Scylla. Like, see,
that's the other thing, right? So, like, he's got that going on as well.
Brainwashed, and like, it's like, nah, this wasn't me. And like, all of a sudden, you're gone. We've lost Nash.
That would be fucked up.
I think regardless whether or not we go to the other planet or we stay on Earth and do this shit, Nash has a mental breakdown. So
I
think that he becomes an alcoholic again, regardless of which choice.
Well, I wanted to say when we went into the Thai restaurant, we kind of like blew past the beginning and like it was like mid-meal. That when they walked in, he ordered a scotch. And then the girl was like, okay. And like Reggie looks and then he's like, no. Give me water. Like I had that moment in my head of like, he does it and then thinks better of it.
Oh man. See, this is when we should always be in the mindset of Other Borders and the cinematography that game plays into that game. I could imagine he orders it and like just like mindlessly, and the waitress comes back, and at the end there's like the pan of like they all get up from the table and like the camera pans and the whiskey is still in the cup.
That too, I can see that too.
Or maybe it's not.
No, I don't. So he wasn't going to drink tonight, but I think, like you said, mindless, he just kind of slips because he's sort of like in his head with all that stuff. That he would, that he would have ordered. Your suggestion was good as well. I also felt like you said there was a callback to the first season. The scene in the Thai restaurant was a callback to me for the first episode, the opening scene when we're at the bar, because it was you as a new character, John being Fitch, and Nash being petulant and silent and kind of like blowing you off.
Oh,
like it was a whole, like I was like in the moment, I'm like, fuck this.
Yep.
Right?
Oh no.
Oh yeah, I got that same exact thing. Yeah.
Nice. Very good. Okay.
Oh God.
Yeah. Well, and it was great because it was opening scene, first season, end of opening scene, opening, session for
opening establishment. Like it was like we established, like we had a first episode, or first whatever recording, but like here's like, oh yeah, we left it in a place that was like, well, what the fuck is happening next? Like,
yeah.
But if Reggie gets the sense or sees that this is a bad thing, he's not gonna just let Nash just like. I probably actually Reggie would probably try not to do it in front of Decklan.
Yeah,
but like, come on, you're drinking again. This is don't. We can't. We're done. Like I think an unknown that I know about that whatever. But like it's
I have been waiting for the moment as a listener. I've been waiting for the moment for the longest time, and the Misty Planet. This is where I'm like really into. Reggie's played like the good number 2. Even this episode, you've been like, Nash, I'm with you. Like whatever you do, I'm with you. But I'm waiting for the moment. I know that he'll always stick by Nash, but you'd never like Reggie speaks up about his opinions, but I feel like every single time you make it very clear, like, these are my opinions. This is how I feel. But if you tell me to do this, Nash, I'll do it. And I'm waiting for the moment that Reggie steps up and like puts his foot down and is like, no, this is not the right thing to do. Like, you've always been like, I don't think this is the good thing to do. I don't think we should be doing this. And I'm waiting for the moment where he's like, no, like actually tells Nash, no, this is not good.
I feel like we've been on the same page on a lot of that though, where it was like, okay, I'm with you, Nash. And Nash has said, like, hey, we're going to do this. And then we do it. And it's like, you know what? This is no good. And they're like on the same page at that point when shit starts to turn.
Yeah.
So,
but you keep the funny thing is that this is like the 3rd or 4th time where it's happened, where every time you guys are like, it's like, this isn't good. We're not going to do this anymore. And you go back to Bento and be like, we can't do this anymore. And he's like, I absolutely agree. We're doing it again though.
But I think it's the first time that we've seen that it's been as obvious.
Exactly. Yeah. And so that's why I think, that's why I think this is like the chance to break the cycle.
So did this episode, but this recording seemed like it flew by, right? Because
absolutely.
That was where we were heading to something where like, I feel like it was like the silence of Nash was telling to Reggie to the point of like, this is done. And then all of a sudden I looked down, it was like 10 minutes to midnight. I'm like,
yep.
We're done.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's why I think the next one is sort of, if it doesn't pick up where it left off, it picks up with some sort of revelation.
Or like, maybe back at my place, right? Because my thought was, because I didn't get to do the whiskey thing at the bar or at the restaurant, was good. That if you didn't come home with me, right? So like then maybe Nash goes home, he's all on his head, maybe he stops and buys a bottle of whiskey. You come over in the morning and he's like asleep at the kitchen table with the full bottle on the table. Like, so he didn't drink it, but like he kind of slept. But if you come home with me, then that doesn't happen, right? And maybe we can interject it at some future point as these decisions are being made. Maybe I show up at work and I smell like booze and you're like, hey.
Well, like I go home with you, but I'm the reason the ulterior motive is to make sure you don't have any whiskey in the house.
Because I feel like he wouldn't, right? Like he's been good since the last time.
Well, but the next morning when they come with what's happening,
yeah,
I find you with the full bottle.
Well, if you don't come home with me, I think that maybe he probably stops, right? Because it's eating at him, right? Like that's his only way to deal with. Like he doesn't know a better way, right?
But you stop yourself.
But he stops himself this time.
Okay, I enjoy that.
Yeah. How do the two of you usually get to work?
I guess there's like a tube system. I know we established at one point Reggie had a car.
Yeah.
Right? Reggie had a car, and I think in the very early episodes, I think we established that Fitch and Nash were using whatever the public services because they lived in the city, I think.
Right, yeah. Well, I'm just thinking if you want to go route like the Reggie doesn't go home with Nash route, which I like that is you can like maybe they carpool to work. Maybe, I mean, I'm assuming there's ride sharing in the town the city. So
like I don't know.
Well, which is perfect. You can it doesn't have to be retconned.
How about this? Reggie has a chopper and Nash rides bitch.
Yeah, so I mean, you guys can always do like a ride share to work where it like grabs Reggie first, and then like it's like always at the same time. So as it comes down, like Nash is usually waiting outside, but this time he's not. So Reggie has to go inside to get him. And that's when he finds them like asleep in the kitchen with the bottle of gin or with the bottle of whiskey.
You definitely had a car.
Reggie did?
Yeah.
Well, I know you did, but I
think we left it on the. I don't think I had it.
I'm pretty sure it got exploded.
Yeah, there was a thing with a mountain, and we left it, and there was a thing about like trying to escape a helicopter, so I just drove into the woods.
Was that your car? I can't remember.
Yeah, that was his car.
So I think, but I don't think there's any reason to.
I mean, we have enough money. You could have
placed it. Yeah,
yeah, we have enough money.
Not anymore.
True.
Because I don't live in the city anymore. Like Nash bought a house. Ad-free, like all that kind of stuff. And I know you got an apartment.
City. Yeah, I have. Well, I have like it's not an apartment like he had. He's got like an apartment.
True.
Like a nice,
like a condo.
It's a studio. I mean, it's one of those things where it's all open.
Yeah.
But there is a room actually. No, I can't say that, can I? Condo. It's a condo. That's what it is because there's a back room.
But I know we're close to work because I think we've established we're not more than like a half an hour from.
Oh yeah, no, I'm
Dark Matters. We bought close.
I could probably Reggie could probably walk there. Nash probably couldn't. That's what I want to say. I don't think Reggie would be that far. That's a lot of me saying I live an hour from my kids. I need to try to move closer to my kids.
I have the Applegini.
You have the Applegini. Yeah,
I have the Applegini.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
So I probably pick you up, and maybe I don't show up to come and grab you.
So I take my chopper with the sidecar. I get it. Yeah, I don't know. That's You don't pick me up for work. Reggie just standing on the sidewalk, like, well, and I call you a couple of times, no answer, and then they go get you.
Yeah. I like that.
I mean, not to like plug your PDA in, so the battery died. So your alarm never went off.
I don't think there's anything wrong with that as a story.
Well, I mean, I think spitballing is fine. I guess probably don't want to get locked down too much, right? Whatever, but I think that works.
There's a big thing happening.
Yeah.
I'll be right down the word Applegini.
Yeah, because she gave him the Applegini
the other day because of reasons. Applegini. Wait, Guinea.
Like a Lamborghini, but with apple. Not like a really tart Italian person.
Yeah.
It's not a Lambo, it's an Apbo.
Yeah. Oh, this is gonna be That was an intense session for what I imagined this big thing to be following it up to be. So I don't know. I'll ask Todd what he thinks too.
Okay. Cool. All right. I absolutely have to go to bed. It's already
Yeah,
11:30.
you
I
go.
gotta
Yeah, me too now.
Yeah, it's 1:30 for me. Holy
Yep.
fuck.
Jesus Christ.
We're
But
having
you know,
a
it's a testament to the fucking game and
That's
Todd
what I
and these
say.
characters.
Yeah.
I don't talk to my
almost 4.5
family about
hours.
anything that has to do with this stuff, really. But I'm really close with my cousins, and they've watched this a bunch of times. So I tell them about this one. Yeah.
Nice.
So this is probably the thing. This is the thing I look forward to the most
This is
right now.
my favorite game that I've probably ever played.
Yeah, it's a testament to the system. And I love hearing Todd say, "I've never allowed anyone to." All right, this is the first for me to have lucid dreams. Wait, you can stop me. Like, don't. I'm just pushing. I'm just saying thing. I'm just saying bullshit. Like you tell me no. I don't know, but yeah, it's a lot. So good. All right.
All right.
Good night.
Good night, guys.
Thank you so much.
Take it easy.
Night.
Night.